Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning to you. The summer is over. Yesterday, the astronomical autumn started, where the weather is aligned to that, but we can now start set to work, and we'll walk you through the agenda. So very good morning, beautiful morning, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. We would like to welcome you on the occasion of the fifth FutureEdu 2020, the future of education and democracy. My name is Rosipal. I'm a moderator, journalist, and I'm happy I can co-moderate this day. My name is Bekova. I am the editor of EduReview periodical, and I am employed with the National Pedagogical Institute, and I'm happy to be here together with my colleague. We shall take turns, we shall have panelists here. The capacity is full, but we also wish to greet our guests on stream. And this fifth year of the international conference will offer inspiration from Czech and Canadian vision for education supporting democracy and inclusive society, since the topic is democracy and education, or education and democracy. And we appreciate you took your time to be here with us. It's on all of us what the future education will be like, and also it is essential for those who are now of school age. Now let me most cordially welcome Pavel Přikryl, Opera Business Hub. Very good morning to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my utmost honor to welcome you for the fifth time already on the occasion of this conference and this venue. I'll be very brief. A couple of years ago, we have set ourselves a goal, or something like a goal, that we wish to contribute to something that we call modern Czechia. And we have a number of people around us, curious, knowledgeable, who enjoy working with us, and we do our best to connect them. We have all kinds of topics, specified young talents, educated society, open society, etc., etc. And based on these themes or topics, or depending on that, we have mentoring, business programs, and many other activities, and also conferences like this one today. I'm happy that FutureEdu conference has succeeded in bringing in inspiration from abroad. So we'll have a forward-looking, so to say, approach, and it has become an established and traditional event, so to say. These activities are all on the schedule of events regularly taking place in Prague. I'm happy to have ever more partners, and I also appreciate extremely interesting guests from abroad. And I also wish to thank Bekova, Ms. Bekova, who is the number one person, Marketa, behind the conference. Had it not been for her, this conference wouldn't be as it is. So I wish you an inspiring and enjoyable day. Well, once you have thanked Marketa, we also have to thank Pavel for being here, and also to all our partners. Without this year's partners are the agency, National Agency for International Education and Research, FOSTRA, Maple Beer, Video Legal, and Kemněna Foundation. And we also wish to thank the content partners, Aspen Institute, the CE, Embassy of Canada, and Václav Havel Library, also media partner Heroin, and other media partners, Řízení školy, EduReview. Well, you have been appointed the head dramaturg of this day or this event, so tell us what is there for us. well, we'll have a day full of best practice, both from our country and abroad. We'll have keynote speakers, panel debates, panel discussions, and worship from the vision of democratic society to inclusive society. Since we can't talk about democracy if or as long as any part thereof is excluded. So it'll certainly be thought-provoking. And at the very end of panel discussions, we will have something interesting. You'll have a piece of art or art experience. We'll have Philip Korita. Philip is a teacher by profession. At the same time, he's the champion of Czech Republic in slam poetry. I have no clue what it really is, the slam poetry, but I'm looking forward. I can't wait to see it. Now, technical information, if you need interpretation from Czech into English or vice versa, get the headsets by the entry. So
I'm going to switch to English. If you need translation from Czech to English or from English to Czech, you can use headphones, which are at the entrance, I guess. And now I'm staying in English because it's a great honor to welcome our first distinguished guest. We've mentioned that this year's inspiration is from Canada and Canadian education system, which is unique in many ways. It's a great honor to welcome here Ambassador of Canada to the Czech Republic, Mrs. Emily McLaughlin, who will introduce us to Canada's approach to education. Your Excellency, welcome. It's an honor and the floor is yours.
Hello. All right, good. Good morning, dobré ráno. Mesdames et messieurs, distinguished guests, milí přátelé. It is a great honor for me to open the FutureEdu 2025 conference, and I'm proud that Canada is the partnering country for this year's event. Today you will have the chance to listen to and learn from renowned education professionals, including Gordon Porter and Martine Lewis from Canada. I'm also grateful to stand today amongst people who share a common passion, to reflect on the future of education and how schools can prepare our children not only for the labor market, but also for life in a democratic society. In Canada, the education system is primarily the responsibility of provinces and territories. This means there is no single national ministry of education, but rather 13 different approaches. While some would see this diversity as a challenge, and it can be, it is also a strength. It allows for flexibility, innovation, and the ability to respond to the needs of specific communities, from large multicultural cities like my hometown of Vancouver to small villages in the north where sometimes polar bears outnumber the teachers. Despite this diversity, the Canadian education system is bound by common values. A strong focus on inclusion, equal opportunities, and respect for diversity. We understand these principles not only as educational goals, but as prerequisites for a healthy democracy. And this leads me to one of the key themes of this conference, which is the development of civic competencies, the skills and knowledge young people need to become active and responsible members of their communities. So in Canada, we believe that democracy does not sustain itself, and I think that's something that the Czechs also would understand. It must be nurtured and protected, and that is why our education focuses on civic engagement, critical thinking, and respect for human rights. However, in Canada, even with this commitment, recent research shows that 64% of teachers feel that civic education in their schools is not prioritized as highly as core subjects like English or French or math. So as in other countries, schools in Canada also provide children with knowledge, but on top of that, they also make it a priority to give children the skills to debate, to collaborate, to listen to others, and to form their own opinions. In practice, this can mean student parliaments, community volunteer projects, or classes that connect theoretical knowledge with real social challenges. And when I look back to when I was a student, a very, very, very long time ago, the application of knowledge was one of the most enjoyable and valuable parts of my education. Now, I'm fully aware the word I'm going to use now comes with certain baggage in Czechia: inclusion. Inclusion is a fundamental pillar of education in Canada. For instance, in the province of Ontario, about 16% of elementary students and 28% of secondary students receive some form of special education support. The resources we put towards inclusion in Canada mean that 94% of elementary schools and 95% of secondary schools have a special education teacher, either full or part-time. And for us, this isn't just about supporting students with special needs. In a country as culturally diverse as ours, it is about recognizing our past and respecting diversity as we move forward, celebrating the multicultural mosaic that we think makes Canada great. Our aim is for every student to feel like they belong in a society where their voice matters. Only then can education help raise citizens who will not just benefit from democracy, but who will contribute to it and defend it. In this context, I would also like to highlight an initiative that many of you know and that might serve as inspiration: the Democracy Project. So this project was created in 2020 in the dark days of COVID in response to growing social polarization and the rise of disinformation. It brings together schools, NGOs, and communities to strengthen young people's resilience to manipulation and to teach them to understand democracy, not just as a political system, but as a value to be lived and protected every day. Students will learn to engage in dialogue across differences, to recognize disinformation, and above all, to understand that democracy is not a given. And sadly, this is a theme that remains all too relevant in today's world. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all know that the future of education is not only about new technologies or new teaching methods. In a constantly changing world, it is above all about equipping our children with something that will always be useful, regardless of how powerful their phones or other gadgets might become. And that's something, I believe, is making sure they have the potential to be curious, to be engaged, and to be empathetic people. I'm convinced that this is a way towards a more resilient and fair society. Thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all an inspiring and productive conference. Merci, dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador, for the opening speech. And the following speaker is someone who has been dealing with inclusion for many years, dealing with inequalities in education, also focusing on mental health. It's the Government Commissioner for Human Rights. We are happy she's here with us, Klára Šimačková-Laurenčíková. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor I can be here today. So, to open my brief presentation, I would like to mention some information about what we have been doing in the last 3.5 years when I have been the Commissioner for Human Rights, and what changes we have managed to come into life. They regard education and children's well-being. I'd also like to speak about the changes in the future and the role of schools and the education system for a resilient and healthy society. In the past years, we have tried to use data very seriously, the data that are available. The Czech Republic still faces many challenges regarding inequality in education and also in the promotion of mental health. Some children live in non-standard conditions and they need support, interdisciplinary support. Also, prevention of violence in the society is an issue that has also dramatically affected the education system and has influenced life in our country. So,
our successes. After many years of efforts, we have managed to draft an act for the ombudsman. So the Czech Republic also has an independent ombudsman for children. He will be appointed, or he or she will be appointed in the next months, but the office is already working. The ombudsman will have very strong competences, and it will regard children who somehow are not involved in the system. We hope other acts will be adopted to face discrimination and segregation, and it should also empower the children. There will be an advisory body composed of children. And it will be, we hope, very diverse, as the diverse society of children is. There will be children from other cultures and countries, children with various disabilities, and also some talented children, and those who should also have their voices heard. So the ombudsman will work with the various government administrations, and that will be quite a big team. We have managed to really fight for that team, and now we have it, because without having a strong staff, the task could not be handled. And also, there is an amendment to the Civic Code adopted this summer, and it stipulates that as for violence, violence is not seen as a normal means of bringing up children, and will not tolerate physical punishment or humiliating forms of punishment, both in the family or institutional areas. So this moment can seem symbolic, but it's an important momentum and also a milestone. Many children who have been subject to violence grow up with a feeling that this is what simply happens, that maybe they did something wrong, or their parents have arguments, and sometimes they think that they deserve these sometimes harsh punishments. But we know that this is a big issue, and the children need the message that no form of violence is tolerable, no form of violence is normal, and the children are entitled to call for help if they are victims of violence or humiliation. This is very important. The countries who have already enacted this have demonstrated there is a reduction in violence, bullying, and violence in relationships. That's what we need in the Czech Republic. Although we have now the so-called child certificate, people who have abused children will not be allowed to work with children, and each institution will require this certificate for their employees. This is also reciprocal, and it's also beneficial in protecting children from violence. There is also the so-called Anička lex, that's obligatory education for judges regarding domestic violence, and also an act on domestic violence. So domestic violence is even a situation when it's not the physical violence, but also when it's economic, psychological, or sexual. So this definition of domestic violence is now a guide for schools, for healthcare professionals, families. So we have to prevent violence in all these areas already from the first incident. So I hope and believe it's another important step to prevent the escalation of violence, and so that the system is activated at the moment when violence starts, and not when children for years are abused. So I don't have to explain here how violence in childhood affects children, their future relationships, their success at school and their physical and mental health. So it's an important contribution to teachers, so that they also get support from the healthcare system and other partners. Another topic, the tragic event that happened at the Faculty of Arts, the murder of students, the assassination. The society had to respond, and we managed to mobilize all professionals so that the relatives and colleagues of the killed students would get assistance in a moment of crisis. Also, the follow-up stage means that help is still offered to families and others affected by the tragedy. It's also important to discuss measures of preventive nature, and that have already succeeded in other countries where such tragedies had occurred. So we should think about how to prevent such situations. In the Czech Republic, we discussed the frameworks, the detection frame doors, etc., or gates. But we should not just stick to the technical measures and devices. We must learn from our partners, Denmark, Norway, United States. In this area, unfortunately, they have had many experiences and many such tragedies. So they urge us to really enhance what we have been trying also in the context of this tragedy. So what has the biggest preventive potential? It's a care of safe relationships and a safe childhood. It's an effort to create tools and support for identification of vulnerable and endangered children, and then also a link between healthcare and education system to exchange information and to intervene in time to support the child. And also there is a sort of trauma-informed attitude, because those who commit these crimes usually had a traumatized childhood. So we have to recognize these people, identify them, and know how to work with them. Also, other means about mental literacy, also the socio-emotional education, the support of healthy self-regulation, the support of safety at school so that children can speak about what's happening to them. And also it should be natural for them to address the adults and ask for help. This information should be in context with the data available. For example, the recent research of WHO says 6 to 7% of children in Czech schools feel well and they trust the adults, their teachers. So this is very, very serious. We must take it seriously. We must deal with it. It's a priority. And we must look for strategy, how this feeling of trust should be enhanced. It's also related to schooling successes for all children without discrimination, because a feeling of being safe, emotional well-being, and the opportunity to fulfill one's potential is important, to be active, productive, to have one's voice heard so that we know the adults care about us and we will not be punished that we don't know something, that we are not good at some subject. So we have prepared a government program called A Safe Childhood. And I'm glad that the Minister of Interior Affairs has joined us, and we presented it earlier this year. It contains what I have mentioned, that also the mental literacy must be embedded in all the school programs, and I'm grateful to all those who have helped us. And also There is the crisis line. All children can call 24 hours per 7 days a week, because we still have a small capacity of this phone line, and many people are discouraged if they call, but they call with serious reasons: violence, bullying, a planned suicide, or other very severe circumstances. So they must be helped in this crisis, otherwise it could be fatal. Also, strategic provisions like programs for those who are the perpetrators of violence. They must be able to handle their anger, their emotions, and not to carry on with these patterns of violence in future generations. These programs need more capacities. Our material also mentions the future National Coordination Board and other regional boards that will handle the problems of children, families, especially vulnerable children, both on regional and national levels. And they will propagate the social, educational, healthcare elements. And we also hope that law enforcement will cooperate when mapping out the services that exist or are missing. And these boards will also collect data about children, their families, their needs, and they will also support the coordinated approach, team collaboration. All the services will respond in time, will prevent instruments of prevention, and also what helps the children and what helps stabilization. To conclude, there are other measures that regard, for example, a special committee. Such committees exist in most European countries. So, together with the deceased Professor Ptacek, we worked on a special committee at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs to map all the unnatural causes of death of children. So we should really register where the system failed and what we can do to prevent and avoid such tragedies. In many cases, we can find moments when, for example, the school could notice some problems, or also the policemen who were called to and visited the households, but could not really read the signals and help to prevent a tragic conclusion. So this special committee will be charged with this. It's now being set up at the Ministry of Labour. I can see Mr. Rosipal already wants to stop me. So this is really the conclusion. I would like to thank for what the conference started with, the ambassador and Maketa. Both ladies and my dear friends and collaborators spoke about values, that our society must really be cohesive and be resilient. And our inner resilience is very important if we want to face crises that are overwhelming us. We must really care about our inner resilience, and also the resilience of the society. So we need an educational policy that really helps to pass on these values to children, and that supports inclusion and variety, and that sees diversity as a value that should not be pushed out. And children should also learn creativity, digital literacy, mental and civic literacy. The children must learn how to collaborate, communicate. They must really trust other people, but in themselves and the world. So these are schools we need, and I would like to thank all of you. whether you represent business, the academia, or ministries, the educational institute, or NGOs. We are all supporting these values. We are ready to defend them, and someone wants to attack them. So the non-governmental system will not be divided into those that are accepted by politicians and that are not accepted. We want to avoid ostracization and will defend what we care about. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. Thank you for cooperation. Have a very nice day.
Klára Šimáčková, Lavrenčíková, thanks a lot. Commissioner, even though we could listen to you the whole day, of course, not only that you present in a nice, wonderful manner, but also your ideas are truly great. Now, Mr. Kalvania and the new director of Aspen Institute, CE. Thanks a lot, thank you. Both, I'll be really brief because we can't wait to hear the keynote speech by Mr. Bohanka. But the Aspen Institute, perhaps you know, was set up after the World War II in the then coal mining era in Rocky Mountains, Aspen. It was in response to destruction of values during the Second World War. Originally, that was a seminar about Johann Wolfgang Goethe, and gradually it turned into an institute which is doing its best to promote value leadership and value education. When we founded Aspen Institute 12 years ago, and there are several persons here who were the co-founders thereof, education and value education or learning was extremely important, simply essential to us. Right now, at the brim of a new era in this Czech Republic, as well as in all the other countries we operate, that is for Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, we shall strengthen that ever more, since when you look at the political situation, current political situation, the value aspects of education are extremely significant. We have got a slogan or a logo which we call the Future 40. In the past, we experienced 40 years of communist dictatorship where education was really distorted and misled by ideology. Now we are almost at the end of yet another 40 years period of some sort of post that previous one, which means searching through and exploring all eras, including education. So we feel we are perhaps at the end of this exploration or quest. And in the educational system, or the educational system is clear to us, but it is far from being the truth. The next 40 years, and this is our brand, that will frame all our educational programs, will be breakthrough or essential one for multiple reasons. First, for political reasons, because liberal democracy and the associated values are ever more exposed to pressure in our societies in these countries. And also, the AI, the general AI, generative AI plus research will simply, due to the progress, intelligence, the labor market, and also the entire environment or climate in the society. Education for a country like Czech Republic is crucial, of key importance simply. Nobody knows what we exactly should teach our children today, because in 20 or 30 years' time the labor markets will be entirely different, and that's the only thing we know. therefore, the value education will assume ever more importance. So in the next couple of years, we have to team up and decide which values or what values we will simply bring in the education. And we do have to find at least some sort of societal or social consensus. Aspen Institute is a platform open to all who strive for the survival of these democratic values. It is open to meeting, getting together, exchanging opinions, and also it is a platform to act for the sake of democracy. This kind of an event, as this event today, is a way to find, that should help find such consensus and strike consensus. And we should be clear about one thing: consensus is a must, and I'm looking forward to the whole day agenda of discussions, panels, presentations. Thank you very much. Well, thanks a lot. You have mentioned or referred, or all of you have referred to foreign experience, which is why I'd like to ask Mr. Uhl to kindly take the floor, the Director of Czech National Agency for International Education and Research. Well, as has already been, well, first Mr. Bohanka was announced, but I'm not him. I'm Michal Uhl. I would like to thank him to give me the floor now, because I would otherwise miss my plane. Well, my presentation is on civic education or citizenship education as well. I studied all kinds of archival materials, and 10 years ago I acted as the advisor to the lady Minister of Education, Youth and Sports. I was asked to develop a concept or policy for civic or citizenship education. And when I got back to it now, I realized how topical it is today still. So I drew inspiration from that, and I believe that some pieces of information and outputs of that are even kind of more up to date or topical now than 10 years ago. A question is whether Czechs, both men and women, are interested in public affairs and politics. And we are now focusing on young people predominantly. You could read lots of articles, and we all know that there is not much of an interest in politics among Czechs. But these are articles written more than 10 years ago, and also media or articles from media frequently distort the reality. These are all OECD countries except for the Czech Republic, showing the lack of interest of young people in public affairs or politics, which is crucial. The shorter the column, the smaller the interest. It also is Canada, which is there, and it's far below 20%, the interest in politics among the community of young people 14 to 29 years of age. Now, Visegrad 4, the countries of Central Europe differ in the results. In Slovakia, 70% of youngsters are interested in politics and gas. How about the Czech Republic? The Czech Republic is the worst of country amongst OECD countries in terms of lack of interest in politics, which is alarming, and it is an essential piece of news for us all. We have to take it as a homework, and unless we address it, we'll be in a deep shit. So it does have an impact on social setup, arrangement, and democracy in our country. But what to do to achieve it? We have a School Act or Education Act which actually bans political parties and movements to operate in the premises of schools. We frequently refer to it. But how to get policy into schooling? I mean, we are not allowed to do that because it's not pertinent to bring it to schools. So perhaps that is why I have a motto here called the inspectors. Why doesn't that work? How come it doesn't work simply? Well, one of the things or reasons is perhaps the historical burden or trauma from the dating back 48 to 88 or 9 period, when the intervention of political bodies and was pretty strong and discouraging. After that, the aim was to put up or erect a barrier which would prevent policies from coming to schools. Germans, due to that, don't have a federal Ministry of Education and Sport. They have the individual states ministries in order not to have a centralized doctrine. So there are many different ways to deal with it, but we are, so to say, burdened with this trauma. And also there is a low trust in the government and political parties. That is the whole system. And also an issue is the political representation and the system as such. Also, another factor is that youngsters or young people believe they can't change anything anyway. So they don't have a feeling they can exert any influence on the situation in the country. And thus the spiral, so to say, gets ever deeper. You generate a non-participation which results in low trust. It's a vicious circle. Civic education, that means politics or policies and ways to educate people to understand the political situation. And it's not political indoctrination if you just provide for policy education. You have to help students understand the mechanisms of decision making, democracy, what are the founding, what is the basis of democracy, etc. This is crucial. Only thanks to that the young people become full-fledged adult citizens. Otherwise they alienate and kind of cause or contribute to democratic deficit. Only 1/4 of schools have school parliaments, and even if they do exist, they have next to none impact on the running of the schools. Formalistic, descriptive instructions of schooling, and there is lack of practice or practical training, hands-on training and interactive training. That is included in the thematic report. Without adequate policy and political system education, people lose or rather don't acquire competences which could help them be interested in politics and trust therein. So civics, write down, you have got one president, you have got 200 senators, members of parliament, etc., etc. Well, that's not it. That's not the right way. This is the worst way of conveying information on political system. Experience clearly shows, both here and abroad, that if students have a chance to role play or through experiential learning, acquire knowledge, they better understand mechanisms of democracy rather than just writing down presented information. So it has to be experienced. It doesn't really matter how many senators we have, because you can always find that on web. Why is that so important? We have democracy in Europe, and as long as it is the fact, there are pros and cons to it. And democracy, the principle or its weakness also, is in its dependence on the will of the people of the nation. Unless there is a relationship between those in power and citizens, there is a negative impact, and also the weakening of power of those leading the country. So people have to understand how individual structures work, then they can participate, and that conduces the strengthening of the system. But once you have all the necessary pieces of unless you have enough information, you tend to, or you are susceptible to polarization and disinformation. If certain segments fail to participate in elections, then it is responded to those who wish to run in the elections, and so there is this intergenerational imbalance of politics. My agenda or platform will be focused on those who attend the meetings, or I don't know, build a swimming pool or a nursery or what, and those who don't go to elections, don't vote, I will not care about, because it's not in my interest. To me, it's better to focus entirely on those who vote me in. You can't expect political parties actually preparing programs for young people and offering the society adequate communication, which is why educational system or schooling system has to simply awaken the young generation and encourage them be sensitive, and thus help them become full-fledged citizens. Thanks to that, the political structures will better respond to young generation, and through human capital, the better economic results shall be achieved. We have a huge reproduction of educational inequalities, and the interest in politics makes people more engaged and better support community programs, projects, and the politics work better. I referred to mistrust trap already. Why is that important? This is a geopolitical map where at school I learned about more than 200 countries in the world, but there are only few really significant areas or zones. And if we want Europe to be of major importance or play an important role, not all the colors represent democratic systems. Well, I don't judge that, but Europe is democratic. In Europe, democracy prevails. We do respect these values, etc. But we have to adequately educate young generations, since otherwise, if they lack this education, that would weaken the position of Europe. The political representation, the power depends on full support of the public, which is why it is so important for young people to understand the society they actually live in and to enhance the participations of young people. Education is the key. Those factors that can promote or support civic education are many, but simple education is the key. It's a tool. it's a tool. We refer to other things like political parties and so on and so forth. But I want to fully focus on education only, since it has essential impact on the structures, and it can change all the numbers or statistics. But it has to be done well. We frequently talk about the necessary or needed change, but we don't actually make the change. I frequently, refer to Germany. They always take a measure, and the measure is first is developed and then it's implemented. But we don't do that. We, always find a reason why not: lack of funds, lack of money, shortage of people, adequate people or relevant people. You have to allocate simply resources, human and financial resources. And I'll give you an example from Germany. And it is the institution in which it is kind of anchored or embedded. So not only projects, but systems behind it. The German way is the following. They have got the Federal Center for Political Education, BPP, which explains the general public how it all works. And also heavily funded from the state budget, all kinds of foundations, fairs, well, simply each and every political party has a foundation or Stiftung in German. And they explain the world through the perspective of its political party. Friedrich Ebert Stiftung has more branches abroad than Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it is a way to spread or disseminate German values and principles abroad.
This German system is quite big and robust, and it's difficult to apply it in the Czech context. But there is an institution that seems much better in the Czech context. That's the Dutch way. They have an institution called ProDemos, which is quite small, with a small budget that could be transposed to the Czech Republic. And they undertake many activities that help to build and also enhance democracy. So each student goes to The Hague, each classroom travels to The Hague for a tour, but they don't learn when the building of the Court of Justice was built, etc. But they visit they learn about the democratic process. They also visit the parliament. The first group will see the votes, etc. They will, for example, decide whether to ban fireworks. So then they can test it. Fireworks, yes, they kill swans and birds. Others say, yes, we like it. It's like a techno show. So a debate goes on, and the students learn about the rules. Yes, we can ban fireworks or not. So the children have to learn and understand that this is debated in a democracy, and then we have mechanisms how to decide, and we also have instruments to enforce a decision. It's not political violence, it's democratic principles and ways. In the Netherlands, they have also a center for complicated issues. They prepare some background materials for teachers. For example, are we going to ban Muslim scarves at schools? So the teacher creates a situation where students discuss it, and they say, you will prepare arguments for the scarves, you will prepare arguments that will be against. For example, the war in Crimea, the aggression, or the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, to speak about it in a classroom. The teacher can be in panic, but if the teacher gets some background material how to proceed, the teacher will be sure that this will not be an unpleasant feedback. There will be support from the system and also methodology, so that these topics can help the students. What is also important, and we must raise these issues and know there is no wrong answer. Every answer is the right one. There are various views, values, and we must learn how to debate and already start in early childhood. The future of both Czech and European democracy depends on whether the students can really experience what democracy is. And this is important information. You could see it at the beginning of my presentation. If we want to achieve something, we need an adequate solution, a solution with a structural impact that will really make a change, not just an individual project in a school, but something that will really change the nature of education in the Czech Republic, so that each student will then enhance his or her competencies, civic competencies. So, unless we have institutions, there will be a lack of interest that will continue, and we know that Europe is based on the interest. Otherwise, Europe and the Czech Republic will be weakened in the geopolitical map. Thank you for your attention. Yes, a well-deserved applause for Michal Uhl. Thank you for presenting the Netherlands way. And now I hope your plane will wait for you, plane for Brussels. And now the philanthropist, entrepreneur, and founder of the Blíž sobě Foundation, Martin Vohánka. Thank you for the invitation. So, yes, we can maybe sit. Yes, so this is quite great, because now we'll be very specific. Let's start with a quotation by Tomáš Masaryk. He said, yes, we have democracy, now we need democrats. So what about this quotation? How do you see it today, that we need democrats? I'm not sure if I am going to be more specific. I have enjoyed the presentations. I would like to thank them because I can collaborate with them, if not directly. And I know they have been doing such amazing work. I would like to thank Michal, Clara, Tomáš, and others. So, yes, this is really, really fantastic. Now, about the question. We should recall the basics. What democracy is, what democracy serves, what it should produce, and where we are, how we stand today. So, I know that in this company everyone knows what democracy is, but otherwise notions are getting sort of vague and distorted, and we may be confused. Democracy is a consensus on how we'll be organized, and it creates space for life. That's how I would define democracy. But in any consensus, we must fight for it, and that's a matter of culture, of the societal morale, etc. So, culture, in any culture, democracy is a big task, and Masaryk spoke about it. And education and upbringing really matter in a democracy. So what is the product of democracy? That's more interesting for discussion. For me, the result of democracy is not that everyone will have a Ferrari or swimming pool. It's not really, it doesn't make sense, because we couldn't handle it environmentally, in terms of resources. And if the material aspect, well, we could call them in Germany and Denmark, or Denmark say we have Greenland, you could maybe annex the Czech Republic and we'll have a good life like in Denmark, but that doesn't make sense. So I like what historian Kosik says, that the meaning of the Czech statehood should consist in an active search for a truthful human existence. Masaryk spoke about a spiritual and moral enlightenment of the nation. So you may think it's not realistic, but there is a merit to all this, and it's related to the present day. We are all thinking about what the Czech Republic is unique in, what we can give the world. And I am convinced that Czech countries, the Czech culture, are at the crossroads of many spiritual ideas. There's the East, the West, individualism, collectivism, atheism. Yes, we are also at the forefront of atheism. But what I see when I speak with people, I can see quite a deep spirituality. Maybe this should be mapped out. How many spiritual groups there are? It will be a huge number. So, to have a unique synthesis of all these directives, there is also the genetic wealth, Germans, etc., all in our bloodstream. So, we can create something very unique. And how does it regard the present day? We must ask the question about the latest technology and how it will change us, and if democracy can help, because we don't really know where we'll be in 20, 30 years, how AI will change our world. But there are two ways to go. The dark one, there will be an immense growth of differences, and also freedom will be limited. There will be huge corporations that, and there is a positive vision, which is quite real, that AI one day, if there will be general AI especially, will handle many technical problems we could not handle until today. The world is so complicated, so the synthesis, interdisciplinary synthesis, we understand all our domains, but we are losing the capacity to embrace reality. AI can process a huge amount of data. If AI robotics can handle material problems, then there'll be some room for people to handle the material aspects. So, if today's man is a Homo economicus, the future man could be Homo, I don't know, kind of humanistic man. So we could maybe pay more attention to ethics, relationships. So if you think of Masaryk's words, a spiritual enlightenment, now we care about how to make a living. There is a lot of exclusion. Then technology means, unless we do a terrible mess as humankind, we can pay attention to what Socrates spoke about. The greatest art is not to own something, but to be, to exist. But it seems that we can already see the light, how to really implement it. Sorry, Marketa, that was quite a long introduction. Martin was supposed to have a keynote speech, and he said, I don't want to speak for 20 minutes, but it could have been a keynote speech. Well, who knows? Okay, I thought that a change of format would be helpful. So, a lot has been said, and I have a great feeling how many social groups are really moving forward. We can see it in science, sports, charity. So we've gone a long way. When I look at charity, so I meet philanthropists from Poland and other countries. We can be proud. The different step in charity is really a mega step. So everyone looks at us how we have really advanced. There's still a lot of work ahead of us. And Michal Uhl has described it, maybe the unwillingness or fear to be engaged in politics. There are many smart people who study this. We can think of communism, Munich, and so on, or go back in the past. I think it's Farid Zakaria or Harari. They point out that culture, what we spoke about at the beginning, democracy being a cultural habit. So you must realize that about 8 generations have not experienced serfdom. So that has to have an impact. When you look at other countries and the historical development, people in other countries had an opportunity to learn much earlier about democracy than other countries who did not have the opportunity. So this is a really huge task facing the Czech education system. And let me add something about Europe. I'm sure you have heard that American presidents or political advisors says, I don't know who to call. They complain. But Europe is a unique achievement of civilization. So even without a big boss, we can really govern ourselves. There had to be a catharsis, but we've been doing this for 80 years. So when we speak about collaboration, engagement, dialogue, we must be really damn proud because we are holding the flag and we should work on it. Again, Michal Uhl. So I have thrown away most of my questions, but I'd like to ask, because this is so interesting in your podcast, I thought you said each of us should start to begin with ourselves. What is your story when you began to think about it? So let's really let's how to cultivate the values, the liberal values. Can you tell us how you started? And not to focus just on a Ferrari and swimming pool. How to focus on essential things and a safe environment. So again, back to education. These are social competencies, openness, entrepreneurship, and the world revolution took place when I was 14. So in my family, with my family background, I could feel and I was given some competencies and ideas about entrepreneurship. My parents were involved in public life, public space, and they said, if you enter the public space, it makes sense. So already when I was a child, I didn't see a glass ceiling over my head. We are now doing a podcast about entrepreneurship and social affairs. So when you link entrepreneurship, when you try to eliminate the fear, that's quite a new topic. So we must connect all the elements in education from primary schools, because with my colleagues from the foundation, we went to London. We could see how the enterprising spirit is presented to children in primary schools. So when you create this entrepreneurial ecosystem, maybe in 10, 15 years, we will have new generations who will see all this as quite natural. So I had the entrepreneurial spirit, but what is more important is the openness. Democracy cannot exist without the fundamental principle of openness. No principles can exist separately for the openness society. So to be open to knowledge. In my case, it was this entrepreneurship, an accelerated laboratory of life. You get so many experiences, more than you can simulate in other roles. And secondly, one day I got a book by Stanislav Grof. So from the materialistic vision of the world, I got to investigating the essence of things. So that was the beginning of my way. Yes, it is fascinating that you try to draw in many voices regarding participation. Can you, in conclusion, to describe the experience, your perhaps pilot project going on? Participation. I'm sure you have heard about it. Sometimes we speak about deliberative democracy.
Nowadays, a politician, and this is essential to recognize or accept as an exclamation mark, a politician has no opportunity whatsoever to convey information to a huge community of people as to where we are going, how do we get there, etc. Since nowadays it's all social media only, and people kind of disconnect from politics and they switch to political marketeers, illusionists of world. So thus the politician has lost or was cut off from the naval cord, that means the electorate. And I mean, of course, we don't want to, I don't know, burn books and stop web or discontinue web, or what, but we have to work unswervingly on how to keep a balance of things that is in-person physical contact. When I perceive you, I perceive you are a whole person, whether but if we, so to say, connect or communicate on social media, then it's 1% only. We have this deliberative discussing democracy, which we decided or earmarked as the most important part of a democratic process. It should become part and parcel of the democratic process. We should let the process be discussed by the general public. It's not a referendum, it's not a popular vote. No, politicians do play a role. They do have responsibility, but this is something we have to focus on as well. I'll share 2 examples with you. One I overheard by mere coincidence, namely a writer. I can't remember his name right now. He lives in Milovic, and we discussed something. Oh yeah, now I remember. He wrote a book on what if Sudeten Germans had not been expelled from the country, Mr. Tisha. And he shared a story with me. Well, I live in Mirovice, and there was a company coming here that wished to build a factory for recycling plastics. People protested, and he just couldn't resist. He called a convention of all the citizens, and they discussed it. What happened? Yeah, the factory is actually up and running. Half of the village or community has heating from this factory, and it's all a closed or contained system, no environmental damage or contamination whatsoever. So this is a great example. But, you know, we would have multiple examples. From Ireland, for instance, they use that for miscarriages or abortions as well, or discuss any topic. And the second example is a second economic transformation, which I'm involved in very much. Top businessmen got together or teamed up, not through institutions, but on our own initiative. We simply thought the dynamics was such that we have to somehow step in as living businessmen. So dozens of top leading businessmen in their free time, leisure time, work on it and do their best to change the societal discourse, and also to be actively involved in changing or amending specific acts or laws. I guess that's a great example of tapping the potential in the society, and also to ensure its impact on public life. Well, I believe that in 10 years' time this will be a common thing, you know, to be able to discuss pretty challenging themes or topics too. Simply we will learn to communicate. Thanks for the micro interview. Thanks a lot. I wish to thank you both. And now I'd like to ask 3 guests. I'll invite 3 guests into the first panel. We shall talk about how formal as well as non-formal education can contribute to our engagement, civic engagement. So I'd like to ask the director, vice principal or headmaster, Mrs. Dochekalova, Secondary School of Applied Arts, Bara Sarek, the lady director of Dikije Mushem, Thanks That We Can Association, and the founder, Tomasz Haselbauer, the founder of FutureEdu, Center for Democracy in Education. I shall first pose a kind of personal question. What did you, or were you engaged in out of school or extracurricular activities while being a student? Or perhaps I should start. Yes, in my while I was a student, both at primary, elementary and secondary school as well as at the university, I would only come home to sleep. Simply, I spend the nights at home only. The rest you spend in a pub. No. It would be a wine cellar because I come from Moravia. No, not at all, but I was involved in folklore. I would attend dancing clubs. I also led some kids clubs or ensembles, and also I was a member of this so-called pioneer, which we used to have. Simply multiple activities in which many people teamed up and you did something for those people, etc. And I've never actually ceased to be active in this world. How about you, Bara? Well, I've always been a sports person. I played music instruments, but contrary to what I do now, I've never actually focused on participation, democracy, or any other such things. I was an athlete, a very naughty child who wished to do just about anything but learn. And I couldn't care less for the outer world, which is an irony. Lifelong education is a great example how things may change in your life. Me too. I had sports, athletics, and pub. I thought it was really awkward. Parliaments when I attended school, it was a nightmare. The worst one. We are simply those who at that age certainly were not involved in this public life. Now, well, I studied your activities, Tomasz, and also Martina's activities. I studied that and I wrote a list. Tomasz first, he was involved in experimental courses for pupils. Now it's seminars or workshops for teachers, pedagogues, coordinators of student parliaments. And you are involved, Martina, in international projects, Interreg, Erasmus, for OP, that's operating program, the Jan Amos Comenius, JAK. We all know here. Yeah. Well, obviously, if someone doesn't know what JAK is, so Jan Comenius. And thanks for saying that. And you are also behind the DU art activity, and also school pupils should be exposed to encouragement or engagement, participation. How do you go about that? What do you do to make them participate or get engaged? Now it's a piece of cake because they have learned it already. But to begin with, we had to explain that, explain why they should be interested in simply politics and public life, and also explain to them they might do something for the benefit of the school, and what they could learn out of school, so after school or extra curriculum activities simply. Because, we just said, well, the building is here, the structure is here, and if you leave after school, after lessons, the building is still here, it's still standing. So we could just as well open it to those who wish to use it to any other purpose. I'm a teacher at this secondary school of applied arts. Perhaps it's easier for me because you have a plethora of art-related related activities, so we can open that opportunity to a broader public, and students can get engaged or involved. You said, to begin with, how was it? Now you said they got used to it already. Yes, now they do that on their own. They are now pro or active on themselves. What were the stumbling blocks at the beginning, or barriers? Well, they were afraid. They feared to get engaged. They were afraid they might do something silly, something that would not be accepted, or what, perhaps in their family settings, in their families, they were subject to harsh criticisms and judgments or what. And when we just demonstrated we would be ready to do anything silly to any kind of a situation, and that a mistake is a part of life, simply. To err is human, and that all of us experience it. And you always have to say to yourself, well, I'm a grown-up girl, I'm a big girl, I can cope. I'm a grown-up boy, I can manage. I don't know whether you know that, but I still have these feelings. And once they understood this, once they accepted it, appreciated it, they kind of decided to go for it and try to, once they realized that was, so to say, normal. I am when you let's say train the teachers or support teacher or whatever, is the fear or concern the number one problem or obstacle? I don't know, school or student parliament, what will happen, will not the autonomy and powers vested in the hands of students be overwhelming, etc. Well, 15 years, it used to be an awkward, silly thing when I attended, when I was a student, but then it has changed. Teachers, adults were afraid of what the kids might, present, but the kids don't know. Children just want to influence the school, the setting, the life. But I'm sure that to begin with, the teachers and pedagogues simply were afraid or concerned. Now, after 5 years of experience, I have to say that it has changed immensely. Pupils, we have more than 25% of pupils, of students' parliaments. How many do we have? More than 50% at elementary school, secondary school, more than 40% for zero. Not all of them are overactive, so to say, but the culture has changed. We are no more afraid to get young people engaged or involved. We know it's a common thing. We have to cooperate with everyone at school because there are more children than pedagogues, so we can't cooperate with teachers only. And that it works well, it's beneficial. Students learn, and they learn other things than in the sort of regular instruction. I do understand that, by or through this positive experience, you lose the concerns or the fears. But what if, let's say, if you have a school or a place where the fear still prevails and where there is a trend not to change things? Well, what do you do about that? Well, you do describe your experience, but they still oppose it. Well, what I consider great is the voluntary nature of students' parliament, simply to activate the pupils or students to focus on participation. And it's also for the children to learn to be together, simply, and address common challenges and issues. And it sounds ridiculous or elementary, but it's true. And they want to be in a safe, nurturing setting. They want to be active and initiate things. So, all that works together. The school, in some cases, is well prepared prepared for that in terms of its systems and offers these opportunities. Students mostly, or pupils want it, but sometimes the teachers are reluctant because they are overburdened with work as it is already. But thanks that we can. It's no more organization, related to 17th of November. Now, you have a plethora of activities that you execute or perform. Would you have some sort of a recipe or what for those concepts like democracy, values, how to convey these in a digestible manner to still reluctant youth or students? Look, I'll rephrase something you said to begin with. It all depends on how you approach also the students. It's all about discussing or discussion, whether discussions with the teachers or kids or children. What can we do for you? How to approach it? It is really necessary to highlight that. Once a discussion is open in terms of what we can do to improve this or that, or then it's much better. It must be an agreement or consensus. Once they agree on some decision, then it is the best decision ever. Well, you can't keep telling them democracy is the best system that exists. No, you have to approach it as a lifestyle, democracy as a lifestyle. And we try to demonstrate, showing examples of how we live, of relations which are mutually beneficial, simply in a way to present it in a non-educational, descriptive manner. And the main thing is you have to discuss it, to share success or positive examples. Why is it important to vote in the elections? Simply all that, or models, your models, because young people frequently lack any sort of models to follow, and also put it into context and simply to bring the democracy into the mainstream, to turn it into mainstream.
So, tell us more about the lifestyle. I can give you an example. Now there is an elections campaign, how we address young people. We do it with influencers. Sometimes you wouldn't expect that influencers will speak about democracy. There are people from reality shows or people you have never heard say, I don't know, to say democracy. Oh, what a horrible word. But they can say how they feel about it, and, they won't give you any textbook stuff. So we'll have a contest. There'll be two personalities, two influencers. Young people know how to have this election card if you want to maybe, go to elections abroad. So everyone can do it. You can do it very entertaining, and so that's what we do. Martina, since 2022, you are a chief mentor of Discovery EU inclusion. This is about inclusion of young people who can be involved in traveling, those who couldn't afford it. So maybe this is a key to people who don't have the chance. You can show them, yes, you will get the chance. This is a very successful project. We are very grateful to the National Agency for International Cooperation. And in fact, we are on the border with Slovakia, and many of our students come from the White Carpathian Mountains, villages, and also from a family environment where they have quite a lot of siblings. So when this project was announced the first year, we thought that's really something for our students, so we can show them how the world is varied and diverse, and they can, in fact, work on the diversity themselves. So the project, just with the kind supervision of their mentor, they can prepare it themselves already at the moment when they write the application. They should already know why they want to do something, who would join them, how they will work in a team. We also teach them that many things they will be active in may not work out in real life, but it's not something that should really stop them or slow them down. If it doesn't work once, it will work later. So it teaches our students resilience. The first project was a success, and examples draw other people. So the following year it was easier and easier, etc. Because more want to get involved, and we know about those who don't have an environment that would, in fact, be like in Prague, so they cannot compare with kids from Prague. Tomáš Uhl spoke about the civic education. He spoke, that children learn how many senators we have and so on. But sometimes it's controversial and demanding to pick up a serious topic, euthanasia, migration, and to present such topics schools. So we don't, there's been heated debate. We also know the case of a teacher in Prague who said there was no war in Ukraine. That's another extreme. How would you motivate teachers without, to bring up these topics without ideology, so that students really discuss controversial topics? Yes. So if you have a teacher who is well equipped and knows how to handle controversial topics, that's quite a rarity. So what we want to have people with civic literacy. We need them. So it doesn't mean we tell them what to think, how to think. So the way is more complicated. And so when we speak about educators, we want people who are really mature, who have social competencies, and there must be, people must feel they are in a safe environment. The civic topics are quite demanding, but the group has to be able to handle controversial topics. So we start with how young people should be involved, in what processes. So when I translate it into a simple language, they must be able to be together. Barak, let me mention some data, and that is a research done by the STEM agency in spring. 83% of young people are happy with their lives, but 64 people up to 29 are not optimistic about the future, and about 34% of people think that the development in the Czech Republic is not right. What does it mean? Is it mistrust of institution, socioeconomic situation? Well, this disparity is based on a paradox when we speak about ordinary life. We think about our friends, etc., things we can affect. When we look into the future, especially the future of the Czech Republic, there are topics that are more abstract. There is housing and so on. So people feel they cannot influence these things. It's also about how many people believe that their voice can change something. So as people, we are happy with our life, but as for the life of the society, we really don't trust the others, that then we can help to get on the right way. Tomáš mentioned the community and the society. If it wants to handle a critical situation, people have to be able to collaborate. So when we see students are enthusiastic, then more and more come to us, and they feel they are in a safe space. They don't feel like that in their school, for example. We have to build a community of people who feel empowered, and they are not afraid to make mistakes, and we can help them to remedy the mistakes. And as for the better participation of young people in political decision making, we can see that young people don't go to elections as often as old ones, or also the MPs under 30. It's very few. Always think of the context. So now we see data about the first time voters. Some decide, will I go to the elections? Who will I vote for? But they are 18 to 21. It's their first elections. We don't know whether the families have prepared them or schools. Not many. So all these figures are related. We know that in the lessons of modern history, most students have bad results in modern history, but most of them want to have more modern history lessons at schools. About 50% say that the usage of what they have learned is not practical or cannot be applied in real life. So we must speak to young people and set up what really matters. This is the 21st century. What we are handling now is something different. It's not reflected in civic education, but it should be reflected in everything, history lessons and other subjects. So we should focus on interdisciplinary education, and also we should kick off the discussion. Martina, what about activities such as student elections, inviting journalists or, people who are knowledgeable about politics, or maybe some parents or principals don't want it because it could be controversial or polarizing. What is your experience? Students love these mock elections, and the school parliament also works very well. We don't invite politicians because there is, already mentioned the School Act. We are not quite sure what a politician would tell the kids, but we do invite quite often the professionals from various sectors or those who have already achieved something in professions our students want to focus on. So we organize workshops with the students, and the students say what they want to do. So we try to make it possible for them. It's not just a 1-hour lecture, but they spend a day with a person or a day and a half, and there is room for discussion. It's not just speaking about something you do in a factory, you know, but there is also room to ask that professional about many things and about his or her experience, what that professional enjoys, and so on, and in their professionals enjoy in their careers. And this is quite a formative potential. That's what we try to do. Also, the international inspiration. Tomasz, you spent some time in the UK. What is your experience from Britain with its history? Well, I'm a bit surprised. I wanted to speak about something else, but yes, in the UK, whether it's the student parliaments or involvement of young people, this is quite standard and welcome. Now, each member of the classroom, each pupil is involved, so that is really quite inspiring. We tried to bring this form of student parliament to the Czech Republic. But in the discussion, I feel that the children should have the opportunity to get involved and develop their skills. Well, yes, they have to. This has to happen in schools. They have to have civic literacy. So some methods are working better, some not. But so it is a school that will prepare children for the civic life. Well, I know that other things are important, like sports and languages. I apologize to language teachers. 2, 3 languages in schools, online courses, but it does not affect people how they know the language. But unless children are in a scout team, they don't really learn about civic affairs. The school has to be well equipped. Yes, and my last question is for everybody. We have only about a minute and a half. How you describe it? Could you tell us maybe the most basic system things that would help? What would it be? Tomáš. Maybe Bára wanted to respond. Yes, it's very a hard question, but teachers need support from the school leadership, and the skills, the hard skills, the students can learn them later, but the soft skills, when they leave the school, they should be well equipped, and the teachers must not be afraid. There must be an all-embracing support. Tomáš. Well, what I need from the state is some value-focused leadership, because it's not as it should be. And democracy is the foundation of our society, our partnership. It belongs to schools, and of course there is a lot of free space, but that's what we want in the Czech Republic. Let me add to a strategy that is missing, how we can help the state. That is what matters. And either ask the teachers, the principals, or have a program in schools that would at least have some basic civic education, something that would really cover everything. Thank you all for your tips and experience. Martina, Bára, and Tomáš.
Has been said, each and every block will then be closed by Philip Correta's performance. So now it's his turn. For the first time, it's all yours. Would you... I know something about the table. I don't know whether he wants the table to be put in or out or what. Well, good afternoon. Whether you know or don't know slam poetry doesn't really matter, because this is not gonna be a conventional slam poetry. It was extremely fruitful, therefore I created many things. Well, from the smallest, one mouthful bits to the fattest ones, or with the highest content of the fat. This is really hardly possible to translate, but anyway. Well, with respect to the contrast of things, like, we've been talking about responsibility, etc., but profound things, so I give that up. And I'll just share a conglomerate of ideas. The first is homage to Halina Pavlovska, and spirituality is always the same. Czechs are a spectacular nation. They do not like God very much, but they like tarot. And if we can, would you please give me a clap of hands at the very end? Because then I will not know whether you applaud because you appreciate my departure, or whether you have appreciated my performance. Modern Czechia. Well, if I imagine that, next to it, possibility or oxymoron. I'm a teacher of the Czech language by profession, so actually tasteful combo of imperative and interrogative. We have to do that. Who is gonna do that? And then the first verse. Just imagine the education level, citizenship education level in the totalitarian nation. Yeah, civic education level in a country with a totalitarian regime, and I thought that could be it, and I would go for a pantomime, and you would feel it somehow. The next I called Michael and Philip have a chat or have an interview or conversation simply. So, Michael, Philip, tell us something about the impact of non-formal education on your personality. Philip, when I was really young, I used to play soccer and ice hockey. Were you good at it? No, I was not. Michael, so why did you do it? Well, Philip, because my parents wanted me to do something. And Michael, why didn't you go to the art school or something? Well, that I attended as well. Michael, see, there you are. Philip, I attended this art school in Sokolov. What Sokolov? Philip, that's Karlovy Vary, in Karlovy Vary region. Michael, thanks a lot for the interview. It's not over yet. I will finish. Now I love you, you are beautiful, great, etc. So now I feel a great potential here. I'll further develop it, and that I will monetize on the occasion of future events. I don't have a name, it's just, you know, a proposal or first draft. I'm an old guy, old man. Therefore, I'm experienced. I'm an experienced old guy. That's why I know what you need. You need golden bulla of Sicily. You need the highest mountain of Madagascar. At what speed becomes a kangaroo hungry? You need to understand quadratic formulas. You need the Boston dialect pre-perfect tense. Perhaps you don't understand it now, but one day you will understand. That's it for now. Thank you. Well, we thank you as well, and we are looking forward to some other performances. I wish to thank Bob Cardos, who was the first that actually opened FutureEdu, which is why we can follow from that. And I guess that Philip is a great thing that refreshes, so to say, and makes our meeting even more entertaining and interesting. So 11:20, we shall reconvene. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to join us here again from the outside. Do come in, since coffee break is over, and in a couple of minutes we shall continue. We have got great thought-provoking speakers from 2 countries of the world, so we would appreciate your being with us here. Soon we shall give a welcome to Tomáš Sedláček, the director of Václav Havel Library. His topic is called Education on a Crib Sheet. But now it seems that we failed to start on time. If we want to cover and hear all the presentations prepared, we have to set to work now. After Tomáš, he'll be followed by Dr. Martin Lewis, who is an outstanding personality with more than 33 years in education. We shall introduce her in details, or say more details, before she has a presentation. We talk about Canadian experience, so we'll hear more about that, and then we'll have a panel. Karel Gamba from Kroměříž, Irena Ivanová, secondary school teacher, also coming from out of Prague. So we have got a number of speakers who have been with us, who have come on time. So let's go for it. Let's be punctual. Thanks for being or coming here. We shall soon start. The presentation given by our Canadian colleague will be interpreted, as is everything. If you wish to listen to the interpretation, don't hesitate and get the headsets. Now we have got this inspirational speaker, whom, however, I cannot see anymore. Hopefully he has not disappeared. Perhaps he's on a coffee break as well. He's rushing here to join us, so I can't wait to listen to his presentation. Tomáš Sedláček, director of Václav Havel Library. So the floor is yours, Tomáš. Microphone. Oh, yeah. It's my utmost honor to sort of kick off this event. I love this podujatia, which is an event, or we might call it a reflection symposium on democracy, education in the countries of Bohemia or Czech Crown. We don't have a concept of policy, education policy. We have Bohemian policy of education, and that's how it could be characterized or introduced. We have enriched the world with multiple great personalities. We should start with J.A. Comenius, since this education through play, well, that's something like gamification, if I got it right. It's Comenius on digital steroids. Well, Matrix movie is nothing but Comenius in digital way or presentation. The world, immersed in the world which is predefined, sultry, and kind of thinking, well, people are the object of a plan or program or whatever, or a spirit or ghost or whoever of somebody else. These are pre-programmed agents, just like is my computer system or AI agent that is in one way or another prompted, and the computer system doesn't ask but prompt as each and every proper software in the most effective and fancy way performs or executes it. This has this is a brief bridge to the situation in our economy. Our economy doesn't give prompts, but fulfills the prompts, which is why we have lower wages, many times lower wages as against Germany, which is why that us Czechs, and it's also due to our education, we are not capable of prompting things, but then actually cope or manage it in terms of craftsmanship. There are no question mark about our craftsmanship and abilities. We work well. The German model of the more careful or punctual German way of life and vision of life is complemented by our Slavonic factor dimension. So people in power should not only be suspicious of themselves, but they can also have competitive vis-a-vis themselves. Back to education, democracy, and Czechship or Bohemianship, and its practical impact on the status of our economy. The software way of thinking, which we learned at school, accompanies us through the economy, or the economy works in that way as well. I am always still moved when I realize that Rohlík, the delivery system, actually is a breakthrough thing. And they actually have conquered Germany. Who would have believed that our logistics will surpass the German neighbors? Well, we are a nation. There are people that is not a small one, even though the politicians oftentimes say so. as if we needed protection against, I don't know, refugee crisis, Europe, or anything else. Simply, we wouldn't be able to cope without them. We are a nation that provided the world with more personalities than anybody else. We can enlist them. I've got a coefficient which I use for that. So the given person is known to a taxi driver in New York. That is my coefficient based on which I enlist them. So Velvet Revolution is a thing that the taxi driver in New York might know. Beer or beautiful women, architecture, music. We have personalities or composers and artists, performing artists known all over the world. And you would realize that there are many. Now, Václav Havel oftentimes use the concept of spirit. That's why you are here. You are not here because you were ordered to come here, but there is something in you that urges you, makes you do something in order to improve. And since I'm half Czech and half Slovak, I can do the following. Try to calculate this index, I believe, for Slovakia or Poland, and it's much, much larger Poland than us, John Paul II, Skłodowska, Curie, Chopin, Walesa, well, some other name that we can't hear. Well, I don't wish to say anything else, but was the message I wish to convey, that we have got the substance or material, so to say, here in the country. We can pride in numerous outstanding persons of international stature, but now comes the question. What to do not to suffocate this? What is it that stifles this, except for educational system? Well, Pink Floyd and the most famous song where they actually represent this barrier by the wall that stifles us. But bureaucratic or red tape masochism, that's the term I like to use. You know, you can't build a wall which is lower or higher than 3 meters because there's always a rule or regulation which bans that. I now talk to Peter Hamer. We talked about nothing. I mean, about nothing, yeah. We had nothing in the Wenceslas Square, at the top of the Wenceslas Square. And now there is this nothing along the whole Wenceslas Square. Praguers don't usually walk along Wenceslas Square, even though that used to be a place where we would all come together, organize revolutions. Now it's all something like implicit no-go zone. Now then it has extended to cover Old Town Square. I mean, who would go for a stroll to Old Town Square now? Then it has also swallowed the Charles Bridge and now also Lesser Town Square. If you realize there is a rigorously guarded nothing, there is not a bench, nothing in the Lesser Town Square. I decided we should simply have a statue of nothing, or to celebrate nothing, erected there by Czerny. Well, next to that, there would be simply this statue of nothing with all the papers that approvals or permits prior to the permit was given to erect this nothing. And nobody has ever actually built or erected a statue to this nothing. 30% of Czechs do nothing at work. And if I ask my son, he tells me nothing as well. His answer is nothing, and yet there is no statue of nothing. I am sure we might get an environmental award for the this carbon footprint zero, so to say, carbon footprint zero statue. If we don't have enough nothing here, we might import it from other towns. But let's not talk about the structure of Prague, but the structure of our education. I also got the feeling that at our elementary, secondary, and also universities, we have bureaucratic or red tape instead of studying. I'm sure that you can have a diploma work or thesis in, I don't know, 20 minutes. So the sharpest minds in our country will not have to spend time that algorithm can do instead. So what to say? How to comment on the situation of the Czech education system and environment in terms of democracy. And we have experienced democratization not only of politics. Hardly any nation, perhaps we are the only country in the world that managed to produce this velvet revolution. It's not usual. It doesn't happen. Usually, I can't think of any other revolution which would be so harmless, without a single casualty or life lost. I believe that even Gandhi might envy us this velvet revolution. Oftentimes we see democracy also in other spheres of life. Finance, for instance. Several decades ago, you could not set up a company based on a good idea. To set up companies, that was only possible for people or members of nobility or someone who had good relationships with them, like opera. Now, it's enough to have a good idea, and any bank will happily lend you money. So democratization of capital also took place now, of knowledge. That's something that we are experiencing now, even though it doesn't seem so. Our kids read and write more than we did. If you take the number of SMSs, I believe that your child writes, it's more than what we did. The trouble is that kids will prefer to spend time, instead of being with following theory of Minecraft, rather than studying math or Czech literature or whatever. Why? Because that's what they enjoy doing. And instead of teaching our children play soccer, we teach them the rules of soccer. With my son, we teach young kids to love math, the spirit of math. And we sometimes have children there who are 6 years old who can't add up, and yet they spend 6 hours and are not bored. Because if you want someone to be a great soccer player, you can't bother him for 8 years by the rules of offside. They have to experience it. Let's get back to Comenius. And we picked the most boring subjects, and it's not our view, but math and economics, that's the most boring. Those are most boring subjects. But if you show them, if you demonstrate how infinity works and why is math important, then you have, so to say, you can hope that the teachers will not actually swore that because Minecraft is of interest to you for 2 years, and then you are fed up. But now they studied on YouTube and how to be successful in Minecraft. That's what they explore, but they don't approach math in the same way, which is a blunder. That's the major shortcoming of our education system, since our Bohemian diamond or weather, culture, social, whatever, we turn smart, intelligent people into copying machines.
So I want to say we have already invented the copier, and our students don't have to learn what was invented. In Denmark, when I studied, no one told us when Kundera or Kafka were born, when they died, but we read books and stories, short stories by Kafka and Ludwig Kundera. So we read them at home, and then in the classroom we had debates what Kafka wanted to say and so on. It took me 3 months to get used to it. I thought I would sit in the classroom, someone would tell me something, and then when I sort of throw it up without any kind of chewing, it will never be digested. So the most original, this food for thought given to me by the teacher will be given to me. Well, now, throw it up, as I said, sort of vomit it up. But I am not going to contradict what the teacher said exactly, and I won't add anything, no gastric juices of my own. And so if I just repeat it, I would get the best grade. And okay, so if the student repeats everything but not very well, he gets a worse grade. But if I maybe trigger a spark in my students, if I teach them about Kafka, they will get an, I don't know, a B. And if they have an original thought, they get an A. So it's all inside us. And if we are pressed, we can produce thoughts and we can produce personalities that can really make the world interested in them. So it's up to us how to teach so that children are interested. As Václav Havel said, we should not be an object of history, but the subject of history, the engine, and not just a follower. That's what happened to us in economy, for example. Economics, rather. So if I have a lecture or a lesson, economics, I show the kids a national budget. I show it to them. This is the budget. And the Prime Minister called me. He had a dream that our generation is such a situation that you, the students, 50 kids here, will now have to handle the economy for our country. Here are the numbers, the income, and you know what the budget is composed of and what we can afford. So they learn what the various items are. And then there are the expenses, and the expenses are bigger than the income of the state by 250 billion. So I say, so now, what will you do? So they want to decrease all the expenditures, they want to increase the taxes, and I say, which taxes? In 3 hours, it's like working on the state bankruptcy, escape game. So 1,000 school children have done this, and they always put up a good budget. The same goes for history. Let's try to teach history from now backwards. The war in Ukraine, and if we don't get to dinosaurs, it won't be such a disaster. But we do it in the opposite way. Thank you very much, and a strong spirit to all of you. Tomáš, thank you very much for a highly inspiring presentation and many great stimuli.
Now I'm going to switch to English because it's my great honor to welcome here another distinguished guest. She's a leader in education with more than 30 years of experience in the field. She holds a doctorate in educational leadership from University of Toronto, and she has dedicated her career to improving educational outcomes for students of all backgrounds. Dr. Lewis has served as a teacher, principal before joining Maple Bear Global Schools in 2023. So let me warmly welcome you here, Dr. Martin Lewis. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning still. How are you? Good, good. I am very thrilled to be here back in your most beautiful city. And I'm learning a lot this morning. I'm not sure I'm understanding everything about the Czech culture and everything, but it's... okay. I do know you like to drink beer here, and I appreciate that. So, but it's... But it's absolutely a pleasure to be here with you. And it's a beautiful opportunity to share with your passion about education and the partnership that you have with the Canadian Embassy today to share a little bit about Maple Bear and the Maple Bear story for you. So Maple Bear has excitingly come to Prague, and we just, under the wonderful leadership of Jiří Zelenda, we have opened 3 Maple Bear schools in Czechia in the last 2 years. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Maple Bear story. So Maple Bear is truly a global community, right now with 487 schools in 39 countries, serving over 68,000 students. And it continues to grow. We have actually 230 more schools signed and committed globally around the world. So this is from the Americas to Europe to Asia, Africa, the Middle East. There's a footprint of Maple Bear schools all over. So, and this is based on Canadian education, but very importantly, partnering with the local country's curriculum. So it's a partnership in bilingual education that weaves Canadian curriculum in with local curriculum. So, and as you can see, because of this network, we're able to connect students worldwide and globally. So I want to share first the values that we have at Maple Bear. These are anchored guiding principles, and they're very much based in Canadian education and Canadian belief system. So first, academic excellence. We deliver a globally benchmarked curriculum with incredibly high standards for students. And that's focused on, in 3 areas, we really focus on English language arts, math, and science as the foundation. The other parts of our curriculum come from the local curriculum, where you're teaching local history, local geography, the context. It's very important that you weave in what's important regionally. Our curriculum is fully proprietary to Maple Bear. So we've designed it and created it, and we've looked beyond Canada when we're creating this curriculum. We recognize that globally there's some incredible curriculum in countries around the world. So when we're designing curriculum, we look across Canada because Canada has a very well-recognized education system, but we also look to other countries as well and say, what is best practice? What is the best that we can create to ensure that today, in 2025, that we're delivering the best possible curriculum. And that's significantly changed from the time I went to school. So, and that's really important because it's always changing and progressing. So The second is quality. And we have Canadian educators that go out to all our schools and make sure that we have an accreditation process, a quality assurance process that ensures that our schools are meeting the standards and expectations. And you can imagine when you're going into places in Africa that you're really working with them, supporting their education system, supporting their teachers, supporting their school coordinators and principals to ensure that they're meeting the standards that we have. Our commitment. We have a huge commitment to families. We have first, our commitment is to students. So making sure that we are providing a classroom that's engaging, exciting, really helping students able to bring their strengths into the classroom. So commitment to students, to families, and to the communities that our schools are in. And then finally, innovation. And we really recognize that the future is changing at such a rapid pace. Many people have mentioned AI and how that's impacting education. And so really looking at how can we be as current as possible? How can we think about the future? How do we predict the future? What's coming? What's changing? And how do we ensure our students will be ready for tomorrow? So I'm going to just share this little video about Maple Bear's Canadian approach to education.
What is Maple Bear's Canadian approach to education? It is built on principles that shape how we teach and how students grow, thrive, and step into their future with confidence. Bilingual education. Canada's bilingual model is one of the most successful in the world. At Maple Bear, we immerse students in a second language, allowing them to develop fluency naturally and preparing them for a global future. Academic excellence. Canada ranks among the top in global education, known for its innovative and inclusive learning standards. Maple Bear brings that excellence to every classroom, ensuring students develop critical thinking and adaptability. Student-centered learning. Our academic approach integrates academic achievement with social and emotional development, creativity, and independent thinking. Inquiry-based approach. Education goes beyond memorization. Hands-on interactive learning encourages students to ask questions, explore ideas, and build confidence in problem solving. Future-ready skills. The Canadian model fosters leadership, digital literacy, and adaptability, equipping students with the skills to succeed in a world in constant change. Safe and nurturing environments. A child learns best when they feel safe and valued. At Maple Bear, we create supportive spaces where children thrive. What's our Canadian approach to education? It's the spirit of innovation, inclusion, and excellence that defines Canada's world-renowned education system. A system that values curiosity, embraces diversity, and prepares students not just for school, but for life. Maple Bear brings that same vision to every classroom.
So we are a K-12 system, but actually we start in early years. So in some of our schools in Portugal and the United States, we have infants, babies, 3 months old, 4 months old, 5 months old. When I first was given this job, and I was a high school principal for many years, I was a superintendent in education, K-12, and then I looked at babies and said, I have no idea what to do with babies. But really, you're starting education at the earliest age. Right? And so we're looking at how do we ensure that education is an opportunity for student voice from the very beginning. And at Maple Bear, teaching democracy means preparing students to be active, responsible citizens in a global world. From co-creating classroom designs where you have students that are practicing leadership every day, there's dialogue about classroom, what's happening in the classroom, there's choice and voice. So all of these are happening. And it's part of, when you're talking about democracy, you can't start, as many people have said, when they're already teenagers. I have 2 teenagers, I know. You have to start very early in the process when you talk about student voice and choice. And these are some of our students from Brazil talking about what democracy means to them at Maple Bear.
Very important to democracy since it helps to construct more conscious and responsible citizens. So as they grow up, they can together learn and work better in their attitudes and as a team.
I think education is critical to democracy because people need to know how to differ fake information to real information so that they don't get manipulated, and people need to know what to do in order for democracy to work.
I asked the question of our students at Maple Bear, and I had answers from 3-year-olds all the way up to 18-year-olds. And I love what this young voice says about, you don't get manipulated, right? You start to think critically. And so the understanding that these students have, they've been in Maple Bear for 15 years as young people, and they can really answer the question, which is important. So the values that we teach, are, we begin with really rights and responsibilities. So our children have rights and responsibilities, and we have behavioral expectations of them. What are our behavioral expectations? How do we expect them to behave in the classroom? And why is this important? We amplify student voice and choice, and I always say this when I'm talking and speaking about Maple Bear and speaking about Canadian education. Student voice and choice is key. You give students their voice, you allow them to make choice in their education. And I'll use the example which is so important around assessment. When students have a choice of how you're going to assess them in the curriculum, when some students are natural musicians, some are talented dancers, some are artists, some are phenomenal public speakers, some are just creative writers, how will they demonstrate to you what they've learned? And you can ask them the question, how are you going to show me what you've learned? And even if it's in science, how are you going to show me what you've learned? Well, I'm going to create for you an incredible solar system that's going to hang from the ceiling of the classroom. Okay. Or I'm going to create you a song that's going to demonstrate for you what I've learned. Choice and voice in assessment is really important. And that's what we were providing when we're talking to our teachers and saying, make sure that you create voice and choice for students. That allows them to bring their strengths to the table. When they're poets, they come to the table with their poetry, and they can be demonstrating what they've learned in the science class through their poetry. So we also amplify respect for opinions, diversity and inclusion, and I understand I've heard inclusion a few times here, but inclusion for us in the Canadian context and what we've done is we really look at the rights of the child. What are the rights of the child? And we base this from the United Nations Rights of the Child. And it talks about protection, provision, and participation, right? Participation, back to student voice and choice. And this is why it's so important to me. Imagine I'm tasked with writing a code of conduct, a code of behavior for 40 countries for students in 400, 500 schools. And I'm like, oh, this is a little bit of a challenge. But I go back to what do we have values that unite us, and that's the United Nations, and what does it stand for? And if I can think about protect, provision, and participation in their education. So when I speak to educators about how they, if you will, discipline a child, that participation in the discipline. Okay, you've colored on all our lockers, and now our custodian has to clean and paint. As opposed to me giving you a consequence, tell me what the consequence is that is expected, and the child will always come up with something more severe than you will. And you're like, okay, that's too harsh maybe. But it's really interesting to have them participate in all aspects of their learning, in all aspects. And finally, we nurture participation and leadership is an incredibly important word in our world. We need to develop leaders, we need to develop more leaders, and we do this through many types of learning in the classroom. One of them is inquiry-based learning and projects. And these values help our students develop the foundations that they need to become thoughtful, responsible global citizens. So just a few examples I'd like to share. When we talk about collaborative classrooms, what does this mean, collaborative classrooms? Collaborative classrooms is a way to foster democracy through co-created classroom agreements, for example. So instead of rules that are imposed on students, we sit with teachers and students, and they decide, even if it's kindergarten, what rules do we want to have in this classroom together? So how do we make this place happy and safe? And a kindergarten class can brainstorm ideas like, well, we use kind words, we take care of our books, we share our toys, we say please and thank you. So those types of agreements get written down and they're shared on the wall. But the students have participated in them. So when they break those rules, they also go back to them and say, oh yeah, but that was my idea. Okay, and now you do have to share your toy because it was your idea to share toys. So that connection, encouraging participation and responsibility from our very young learners, those babies that we talked about, the toddlers, nursery school. Every student is encouraged to contribute ideas. So in nursery school, you might say, what book do you want to read? What song do you want to sing today? And it dictates what mood is happening in your classroom. In the older grades, students set their own class goals. They set some of the learning agendas for you. When we talk about the classroom design, we ask students, well, what would you like to see in this space? What's going to make you comfortable for your learning? And some of them say, well, we'd like a beanbag chair that we can have a nap in. But that beanbag chair is also a place that they can go decompress, think about their wellness, and read a book. So those are important parts around student wellness and well-being that we engage the students in that process. Building a community of learners. Democracy is about belonging, connected. If you don't feel connected, you are not going to engage in democracy. And talking to many people, we're seeing this diverse culture, especially with our young teenage men, and that they are maybe going on a path we don't always want them to go on as parents. How do you ensure that they belong to a group that you're endorsing, a group that may endorse values that we have or that we want our young people to have? And so we invite them into this community of learners. And it starts when they're really young. So a community of learners can look like you have kindergarten children and they have reading buddies that are grade 7 students. And those reading buddies have responsibility for those kindergarten students. And that responsibility all of a sudden extends beyond the classroom and extends into the schoolyard and extends into walking home from school. So that responsibility they start to take for the young people around them. I was in Guatemala a couple of weeks ago, and there were students, their kindergarten class, senior kindergarten class, and they were studying space. They were going to be astronauts. The grade 11s designed their astronaut uniforms, their helmets, their backpacks, they colored them. And so when they were wearing them, of course, the grade 11 artists were pretty impressed with their work, but the kindergarten students were pretty happy to have these grade 11 students engaged and committed to their learning. So it's including them as volunteers. And I'm not sure if you've seen this in Czechia, but in Canada, it's very hard to get young people to volunteer. How do you get them to step up? The generation, my parents' generation, were incredible volunteers. Our country ran on volunteers. And now our young people are not stepping up in the same way. So making them commit as young people in schools to volunteer starts them thinking about, okay, this is a pattern that I should continue in my life. It's very important. Gradual release of responsibility. This is a teaching strategy. This is about when teachers start in a very teacher-directed, teacher-centric learning environment. But gradually, they release the responsibility back to students because first they've modeled what they're learning in the classroom. So this is how we would like you to do it, and then we release the responsibility back to students. So instead of teacher-directed, you have truly more of an inquiry-based learning model. And then you have students that are able to critically think, be collaborative, be creative. Communication and dialogue. Democracy is really driven and thrives on dialogue. We build this into our classroom routines. We start with, from our early learners, circle time. Right in the morning, we gather together in a circle and we have some dialogue, we have some conversations. How was your day? What did you do yesterday? That conversation that you begin with your colleagues at work, we model that in our early years program. Grade 2 students might debate whether they should have indoor or outdoor recess because it's going to rain. Well, no, it's not going to rain. Well, maybe it's going to rain. What do you guys think? And so, okay, now we're going outside. If they get wet, oh, well, they got wet. They decided to go outside. So really engaging them in that process. When the parents say, you sent my kid home wet, well, talk to your child. It was their idea, right? So we have this participation of student learning. They want to go on a class field trip. Are you dictating where they're going on the class field trip? Do you always choose where they're going? Or do they choose where they're going on a class field trip? And it's pretty amazing when they say they're going to go to a museum and you're like, really? I thought you'd say the zoo. They're like, no, we're going to a museum and here's why. So having that choice and voice again. Real life applications. We talk about democracy, bringing democracy alive. We use role play, real world simulations. For example, students might hold a mock trial, which we've heard a little bit about today, mock trial, model UN. All of those types of models that we do with our students are so important, where we mirror what's happening in the real world and we engage them in parliamentary participation in any way we can engage our students in what's happening in the real world, builds better connections for them. So a few examples I'll just share. Terry Fox was a Canadian hero. Many of you may have heard of him. He had cancer when he was a very young man, and he decided to run across Canada, but he had an amputated leg. He became an incredible hero to Canadians. He didn't make his full journey from one end of Canada to the other, running, so he passed away early, but he became a very huge symbol of raising money and giving back for cancer. And in Maple Bear, we have the Terry Fox Run in all of our schools around the whole world. So it's kind of interesting. I was in Singapore in August, and I was with students and families, and we did the Terry Fox Walk. So it's kind of neat. You have this Canadian hero, but I'm working with Singaporeans, and we're out there in their beautiful parks doing the walk and fundraising. And they raised $60,000, and that money goes to a local children's cancer center. So the money stays local, but it connects back to a bigger picture because we have these 40 countries that are doing the same thing. The other thing we talk about always is opportunities and experiences. The more we get out of our classrooms with our students, the more we take them to places, the more we explore the world with them, the more engaged they become in the world around them. So they're not video gaming and playing Minecraft and doing those things, that you really start to engage them. And so this is one of our young students, Julia Andrade, who was participating in the UN model, UN, and she was recognized as one of the really outstanding delegates. She's a student from Brazil. Those types of things are so important. We just had a group of Brazilian students at a Canadian camp, and they're exploring the Canadian outdoors. We're having them swim in a lake, canoe, kayak, paddleboard, some things that honestly in Brazil they had never done or tried before. So it's pretty fun to watch them grow and experience that. One of the most important projects that we do is called Global Connections. And Global Connections is a program that is based on the United Nations Sustainable Goals, the 17 sustainable goals that the United Nations has. But if you know what happened, their goal was 2030 to have these goals achieved, and they really struggled to get these goals achieved. So what they decided to do, and they recognized that we need to add the inner development goals. And this is really important. The inner development goals are a set of competencies or skills that we need to acquire, and they recognize we need to acquire them before we're going to be successful in changing the world. And so those skills were about being, about thinking, about relationships, about collaboration and communication. And so they're really putting a lot of time and effort into what are we teaching our students for tomorrow? We can't change the world if we intrinsically aren't motivated to do this. So we need to think about who we are, our being, our existence, how we're thinking, and then how we're communicating and collaborating with others around us. So we have these Global Connections projects, and you can see that these Global Connections projects are from junior kindergarten, so our 4-, 5-, and 6-year-olds right up to our grade 12 students. And each grade has a theme. We're kind of trying to connect it to what their interest might be, from protecting endangered species to taking action on climate change, leading for peace and justice. These projects not only build, but also develop cultural competence, empathy, and a sense of global responsibility. So our students connect with each other. So students in Czechia would be on a call with students in Singapore, or students in Korea, or students in Brazil. So they're working on the same projects, but they're calling each other, and they're doing, because we have every type of possible internet connection, Zoom or Teams or whatever. And so they connect with each other and say, how's your project going? Show me what you built. Tell me about your culture. And so they start to have this dialogue. So it really builds this global citizenship and connection around the United Nations Sustainable Goals and projects that are so important, real-life projects that can change the world.
Imagine a world where every person can make positive change. Connection makes it possible. With Maple Bear Global Connections, students learn about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, a roadmap to make the world a better place, But it's not just about learning. It's about doing. Students discover that they have the power to make a difference. Whether it's recycling or planting trees, they're taking steps to help their community and the planet. And the best part? They don't have to do it alone. Students worldwide team up, sharing ideas and working together on projects that tackle real issues. They experience how collaborating makes a lasting impact and how fun it can be to learn from others. The future needs people who can think critically, solve problems, and lead with empathy and creativity. Students hone those skills in an environment of curiosity and collaboration. When students from different countries work together, they learn to appreciate new cultures, make new friends, and share ideas. Maple Bear Global Connections, learning, growing, and paving the way for a sustainable future. Come together to create positive change, one initiative at a time.
So you can see at Maple Bear, democracy is not really an abstract concept for us. It's really concrete. We try to make it as concrete as we possibly can for our students. So thank you again for having me. It's absolutely been a privilege to be here, and I'll continue to enjoy and learn more about the Czech culture. So thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for the great keynote and for traveling here. And
we can switch to Czech since we have the next panel. This is going to be panel number 2, democracy and education being the topic. And I'm happy to say that Karel Gamba, teacher of the basics of social sciences at the Archbishop Grammar School, Kroměříž, and also the winner of GTP. Also, Irena Eibenova, who is a secondary school teacher who teaches both French and basics of societal sciences. And she also is the co-founder of the Civic Education Teachers Association. So be welcome. Now, Jan Voda, would you please join us? The headmaster or principal, school principal of 2024, currently the headmaster at the new elementary school, Foster Elementary in Prague. And also Gabriela Drastichová, who is the lady director of Czech National Center of the program, a Duke of Edinburgh International Award, or DOFE. So that's it. That's the introductions. Now we have seen a great example of projects implemented not only in Canada but all over the world. But now let's get back to the Czech Republic and the conditions or environment in which we are to foster and build competencies and skills in order to defend democracy. Now, I've got a question so that we clarify the terms or concepts. Transmissive teaching is not ideal. What's behind civic competence in your view, and what should we do to develop or build civic competencies in young people? It's a question addressed to all of you. Thank you. To me, this civic competence means to be a good member of the family, good neighbor, and also member of a good community member, and also to be a good citizen in the society at large. I deem this being crucial. You have to be empathic, to be able to listen to people, to enjoy the company of people. So I guess competencies should not be perceived or taken separately, but within the context and framework. Personal competencies, social competencies. Simply, it's a full let's say bulk of things, or a cluster. Well, I will modify the question. At the school, you are the director or principal of how do you do that to imbue it, instill it in the pupils? Because the headmaster or the principal, it can be the person that can implement the vision. So what do you do to support civic competences? Well, of course, being the principal or headmaster of the school helps, but it all depends on the teachers. The definition was full, exhaustive. I would say that as long as when I'm in a company or community of certain or team of people, and school is a place where the pupils encounter classmates, well, the competency means that you feel well, safe, you thrive, and if you don't thrive, then you think what to do to make it happen. I believe that the basics of this competence consist in the empathic approach vis-à-vis other people, and that we all pursue the same good cause or goals. Irena, you are a teacher, so you actually have a hands-on experience with this development of building the civic competences. Thanks for the question. I believe that civic competence, which means, understanding the tools or instruments offered to me to make my life an enjoyable one, well, civic literacy is a must in my view. I have to understand the structures, and when secondary school leavers should be familiar with the meaning of the Senate or what is it good for, etc. And since there are certain secondary schools where civics only are taught, one lesson a week or 2 lessons a week at certain grades, so I'm not quite sure that our secondary school leavers do have or avail of civic competence or literacy first. And therefore, if they are illiterate, said in civics, they can hardly be competent. I'll let you have a drink and then tell me about your approach to civic competence. What do you do? How do you approach it at your school, at your grammar school? I apologize. Well, civic competence, and we have heard it already, but there is one thing I haven't heard yet, namely you have to teach young people courage and dare to ask, and that's the thing, because in democracy people don't ask the elites why this or that happens, and the democracy is not sound. I would therefore add the following: teach them courage to ask and insist on getting answers. And one more thing that belongs there is a certain degree of resilience, inner resilience, where I reach a certain point, and it's not that somebody, that I'm protected, and I believe that Czech education system is very protective. But I want to be alert to having to overcome difficulties, solve problems, which all actually makes me advance or progress. And how do we do it? Well, I don't think civic competence is something you learn while sitting at the desk. You have to experience it. It's not about positive things only. It's also about conflicts, which you have to put up with and manage. So media or social sciences subjects, and media education is also something we have heard about, and critical thinking is a must, simply to process and reconsider, review the information you receive.
So, one thing, I cannot tell my students what to think, but in the media-focused education, they should get a tool and to really decipher what they see and to use what they learn at school. as teachers, maybe if students don't ask us, we think, oh, everything is all right, but it's not. So we want to ask them, ask for answers, and we must use a language they can understand. You know the security guys at the main station? Who are they? Well, maybe someone knows. Well, they are Roma guys. They are security persons, and so a couple of weeks ago I was talking to some homeless people. And how come it works? Because the Roma guys understand the homeless people. If it's, you know, white men, the homeless don't know what they want. So we need the language, the tools, so that the students can then use the advice. René, how do you produce a safe climate at school if you come up with some polarizing topics? I am at a grammar school, so this is really kind of elite of the society. So it is much easier because we are on the same level, sort of tuned up. And if someone has an extremist opinion, it's a minority person, so we can communicate about it. And other schools, it's much harder. And civic education at many secondary schools simply is non-existent. Because if it's just like one lesson a week, it's not enough. Civic education needs some room and time because the closing examinations are checked. So I love literature, but to have 4 lessons, 4 hours a week when we are now discussing should we leave NATO or not. So maybe, it's a bit irresponsible to reduce civic education. Jan, do students have enough time? Do you have a vision and do you have values on which you build the education for the 21st century? I'll speak for a primary school because originally I am a primary school teacher. So the term democracy is quite broad. And you must always think of a classroom, a particular classroom, which is like a micro model of the society where all the power struggles take place, someone gets hurt or feels betrayed. So all that is very, very great situations where you can build your model on and then see the world of a democratic society. So when there are disputes and working on rules for classrooms, and you tell them why rules are important, rules would represent laws in real world, so why they are beneficial. You can show it in the most elementary situations. Yes, so we are speaking about education in schools, but it also takes place outside school. And in formal education, there you can develop civic competency. How can formal and non-formal education help? I can speak for the Dauphin project, Duke of Edinburgh Award. So, how you create space for a discussion about democratic values. With our teachers, we try to enlarge this space. And it's done at school because school is a place where everyone has a right to learn. we can speak about extracurricular activities, and I can see many colleagues who do non-formal education. And I think, yes, we should have a common language. You'll be happy to prepare the non-formal education programs. How we do it in DOFEC. It's a discussion about issues in the society, and also it's about volunteerism. It's one of the areas on which DOFEC is based already at the age of 13. Young people can be involved, then they go to their communities. First they discuss it with their mentor, and then they do the volunteering. There's also a feedback. They can get it from those they do the volunteering for, and a feedback from their head teacher. So that's what DOFE does. Young people are interested in the community, and they also give some time to activities in the community every week, at least an hour for a year, 18 months. So over the 30 years in the Czech Republic, we have quite a lot of data. And then about 70–80% of the young people carry on being volunteers. Well, in the afternoon, Professor Šeďová will speak about volunteerism. And volunteerism is a key moment when young people think more optimistically about the future. So then they will have a much better prospect, and they will not be so pessimistic about the future. What about some other programs? So some of you are from grammar schools or private schools. What about apprentice centers? There we know that, for example, the mock elections may be distorted according to where they are performed. So is it, mock elections for apprentices or students? The results are different. So how to teach children what it means to participate in a civic society? So there are several ways. The MPE, the link between formal and informal education. So there are various possibilities. We also collaborate with entrepreneurs to improve their entrepreneurial spirit. There are many informal ways. What I see as crucial is to create space for educators so they can invite professionals, and so that they can have partners outside school, and they should not be sort of even bullied by their by other teachers. That may happen if they don't have really good conditions set up by the school principal. So the impact of informal education has to have the same impact as formal education. If young people do something after school, they should be appreciated, for example, when they go to admission exam and so on. So it might be up to you as principal of a school to recognize the results of informal education. Yes, we also want to join the DOFE project when our kids grow up. So as teachers, you too probably come across some parents' comments, why do you do this or that? Well, at my grammar school, when we had the sexual education course, so today it's quite easy to teach about sexual matters. We have an NGO called Consent, which is a kind of support teaching institution. But when we did it years ago, we didn't have any materials. I used a Canadian curriculum. That was really great, very elaborate. Well, I didn't know we would get to the Canadian system again. That's fantastic. So I told the parents, this is certified, this is how it is presented. So when I say a word, I'm not going to say it now to children of 12. It's not a four-letter word. So the topic, why NGOs are not so welcome in some schools, is because we have this tradition of lessons of 45 minutes. And if someone comes and presents a topic, then the person steals the time for a teacher. If you want to really go in depth, it's not that we wouldn't want to invite NGOs, but maybe the hours, we could have 70 minutes or, I don't know, 2 hours. As for you, no. Well, I would be happy if I could provoke parents to come to school and discuss it. It doesn't happen. The school, sometimes you must really provoke people, but it doesn't happen. So maybe I would have to be tougher. What about students? Yes, that happens. Students are great. I'm very lucky. Now we had a lesson, philosophy. We discuss myths. And now when John Kirk was shot, I used the example as the origin of a myth. How fast it can happen without political connotations. So someone can be mythologized very, very quickly. And that was perfect. Some people were his defenders. They followed his podcast. Other students had no idea who Kirk was. And then we got to a mechanism when people who are unhappy with society create a myth. It's a kind of certainty for them, but it's difficult to debate with them. You cannot offer anything. You can only offer them the uncertainty of questions. Yes, it's not very attractive. So I also, now I've forgotten the name, the deputy from Minnesota, the lady who was shot in June. So we had Kirk, and we had this woman, and we said, who was really good for society? 2 political assassinations. It was great. The students commented it, and they were not afraid to ask. So we could really define a lot what to do so that schools become really the workshops of humanity, as Comenius said, so that we can show what aggression is. Aggression may be even latent. What can we do in informal education to understand each other and to have a dialogue despite different experiences? What can you do in your positions in the education system?
Well, we have to create inclusive setting or environment. People are equal, and in the diversity is inspirational. Diversity is inspirational. When at school already, whether kindergarten, elementary school, etc., and higher up, if we learn to respect the others and see them or perceive them as human beings who can actually enrich us and help us advance, well, that's it. That's the proper basis. And teach people dialogue. Dialogue is not a fight or a struggle. Frequently you believe you have to persuade someone of your, or convince him of your truth, but listen means that trying to understand the person, she has the right to disagree and say, well, I don't want to discuss it with you, but I'm open to the person's, so to say, approach. And if she changes her mind, then we can continue to talk. Our society is kind of myth-dependent, I would say. We now have this myth of democracy. Who believes that a democracy is a proper setting or system of the society? I wonder who, I mean, how many people are there here amongst us who say, well, how dare you ask such a question? But it is important to ask such questions because then together you can try to find answers. Me and you, a person actually materializes or lives in a dialogue. If it's like I have the truth and you are nobody, then it's all wrong. But if we are equal partners and let's seek for the truth together, then it's the proper way. And this is what we have to teach the students to master. Obviously, you have not won the Global Teachers Prize for no reason. I represent this association of civic education teachers associations, and we develop methods which can be used and guidelines by normal teachers as well. We offer collections. Thank you for your feedback, humor, and that's a name, you know, of a lesson that teaches kids to communicate in an assertive manner. When it comes to philosophy, again, it doesn't have to be like what you used to experience years ago. Now, we also cooperate with the Academy of Sciences Institute of Philosophy, and they offer to us topics that are addressed by contemporary philosophy now. And I'll also do some PR for our organization. Now, a lot is being spoken about tax reform proposals. I don't know whether you have read it or learned it already, but we have got a lesson prepared for teachers, and you don't have to be an expert, tax expert, to be able to speak on that topic. Now, I wonder whether I'm a normal teacher. Regular teacher, so to say. No. Well, the vote clearly suggested how important the feeling of a sense of being safe is important. You know, obviously, we are like-minded people when it comes to certain topics. We share the same opinions, but perhaps somebody here, so to say, wonders, what if I don't raise my hand here today? And this is a good experience, and kids at school should experience it as well. This civic competence depends on the maturity of the person. sometimes, you know, we are far too quick, but we at last have time and space to care for ourselves, and children also enjoy these spaces. It has to do with identity, personal identity, and maturity. Yeah, well, thanks a lot. All of you are really source of inspiration for others to follow, because it's not you have to keep learning. It's a never-ending process, and I wish to say how great it was to have the pleasure of talking to you, discussing with you, Drastikwa. All the four speakers are being thanked to in the most cordial way, and that's it for the time being. Drastikwa Voda Ibn Wan Gamba. Now, before we go to lunch, I'm sure you are hungry, but before that, we shall still have the pleasure of Philip Coreta. He will entertain you now, and I can't wait to hear and see Philip. Yeah, adaptability, that's important, as we have just had in this changing world. I've got a couple of treats, and then more. When I listen to this Canadian lady, though, I may make the feeling of an intellectual playboy. I love ice hockey. Question mark. When Conor McDavid manages to win the Stanley Cup? That's a question I often ask. Then I thought of Vladimir Čech, the late Vladimir Čech. And with the Canadian presentations, I wondered what ingredients would it be that is most essential: Pervitin, populism, or Andrew Tate, or education, in order to survive. And just one choice is correct, one answer is correct. Mr. Gamba, I have seen and heard on many occasions. I love his ideas. He's frequently called Gandalf, but he's Gamba. So more Gandalf's fear settlements, you perhaps wouldn't understand it, but now I guess you can this. Sorry, I've switched myself off. I'm full of classic music, Rebelka, smell of Emmanuel, odor of Emmanuel Moravec. I was born on the 2nd of September. I survived. Jesus Christ, I'll survive. And that's a question. Václav Klaus? Question mark. Bon appétit. Well, friends, after the previous experience with coffee break, we also use the gong, so be most cordially welcome back to the hall. I'm so happy to see you networking, involved in a dialogue or dialogues. I believe this is an kind of added value to this conference and event as such. But we still have a lot on the agenda, and there is for sure something to be looking forward to. We have got Professor Shedjeva, National Institute for Research on Socioeconomic Impacts of Disease and Systemic Risk, SERI. She is actually gonna talk on the following topic: is school the trainer or simulator of democracy? Be most cordially welcome, madam. Very good afternoon to you. Thank you for nice words of introduction and for invitation to speak here. Well, I'll try to cover the topic. We got a major survey amongst young people, a survey conducted by SERI Institute. And I've got some slides as a background, but I believe that we are like-minded people. So, and this is also very much related to the previous panel, so we don't really need the slides or what. Well, for democratic society, it is a must for people to be able not only to express their opinion, but to be able to listen to others. And the theory presumes that schools are the arena, the venue where children should learn this, should be imbued with this knowledge, which is why I've called the presentation whether school is or is not a trainer or a simulator of democracy, whether it's competencies or literacies, simply altogether it is about participative capital, skills and knowledge which can help the young people to join the public arena, to be active and engaged in public life. There are several types of this participation or participative capital at school. Involvement in the discussions in the classroom, or the mere fact that one is free to express his or her opinion in the presence of all the other classmates. The second type is the participation in decision-making processes and in events, perceived impact. In the presentation about from Canada, we heard about choice and voice, which is a wonderful slogan. So involvement in the discussions would be the voice, and this would be the choice, the participation and decision-making process. We know about school parliaments and other structures that pupils can join, so that's the second type. Also, pro-democratic stances of students or pupils should be fostered. And plurality of views or perspectives should be appreciated. I don't really have to think that the second person of the dialogue should agree with me or should persuade me, but the point is to be aware of the existence of 2 or 3 different perspectives or opinions, both being legitimate. And the last bullet is the democratic school culture, where each and every actor may raise his voice or express his view, her view. Well, that's theory, but in reality, based on the surveys, it is not always the case, and I could overwhelm you with lots of findings. I've picked a Finnish survey where a kind of paradox of democracy, teaching democracy is being referred to, which means that there is a contradiction between the ideal of democratic instruction or teaching and real opportunities for the development of the ability to act in a democratic way. Sometimes we feel that we can't do this or that with the pupils because they are not mature enough. They don't know how to do it, but that's the paradox. Sometimes you believe that participative method is not suitable for the students because they have never had a chance to practice it actually. And if they had the chance to practice it, well then it usually were those who already were the most competent ones, which means those who actively engage in classroom debates or discussions or members of the school parliaments, etc. And now we have asked the following question, and that refers to the previous or last decade. Is the voice of young people being honed or developed or sophisticated? So to say, we had an interesting discussion about academic language in the course of the lunch break. It's about whether or not children are taught or whether they learn democratic participation. This is data from SIRI Institute, that's research from, there are people from Masaryk University, Academy of Sciences, and Charles University, and since we focus on resilience of the society and social risks, we wanted the young ones to tell us what, in their view, are the major societal or social issues or risks, and what they think they might do about it, or what would their role be in the efforts to address it. We had all together, this was the interviewer were from Masaryk University, undergraduates 18, and altogether we conducted 80 interviews, 40, 15 to 19, 40, 20 to 40 years of age of the interviewed persons. I'll talk briefly about the way the interviews were actually conducted, how it proceeded. These were young people, as I've said. The interviewers were young ones as well. That was the original design, namely Masaryk University undergraduates. We suggested or we asked interested persons to actually join us for that, and the basic, the original instruction was just to have a chat as if you have a chat with your friend or anyone. Simply use the questions. If you don't think it is pertinent, forget it and pose another question. Simply be natural and act as if you have an interview with your tell with your friend. The younger group was were people in the age of 15 to 19. It's balance in terms of danger, and also all the levels of education were represented equally. The second group of the older students were 20 to 24 years of age. And the first thing which we frequently hear, that young people are like this or that, they like this or that, they dislike something else. Well, the findings or data we collected suggest that they were certainly not a homogeneous group. And I could, based on the interviews, I might classify them in the several types. The first axis is their relationship, that's the vertical one, their relationship to school, whether they like or dislike school. And the second axis, the horizontal one, is whether or not they voice their opinions. Low participation are those who abstain from participating, they don't get engaged in anything, they are not members of any organizations. Medium or moderate participations are those who discuss during lessons or classes but wouldn't join the parliament. They would not become volunteers, but they do have a voice and express their opinion. And the high participation is represented by highly active. Now, so if we have idealistic approach to school, and then alienated one, that's the bottom one. In between is an instrumental approach or relationship, like, I want to become a nurse, this is the school where I will learn all I need, or the relevant skills and knowledge. Depending on that, they were split, and then we have the level of engagement, as I had already indicated. I don't think I'll just talk about the extremes. This is the idealistic approach, which is entirely positive relationship to school, like relations simply like the Czech school we heard in the morning is kind of oppressive and you have to memorize. But there are obviously young people who, when asked, tell you they love the school. Yeah, the school certainly helps me develop. I enjoy going to school. I feel it gets me ready for life. I meet people, we team up. It prevents me from falling into hopeless routine. I simply like it. And it's not about, there are no words of acknowledgement for learning sort of practical knowledge, hands-on, but the person likes to study, learn, and enjoys the setting or the environment. The second extreme is the alienated relation. I now remember what I wanted to say. Most of these respondents are still attending school. Part of them are not, and they look back, so to say, to the past. So this person states, I didn't learn anything that was of interest or that was useful. Teachers seemed to be bored. They certainly didn't enjoy it at all. And I started to hate the school. So this was the second extreme. And now the other X is high participation. This person is a student of law, works for an NGO in which he believes does contribute or does help the society, simply a significant societal impact, and he can represent the voice of young people, participate in progressive or developing progressive politics. Also, he attends rallies and shares or posts on social networks. So you see how some of it is extremely, so to say, formal and expresses a self-awareness, strong self-awareness, and also ambition to impact positively the society. Second is a low participation, and the question was, do you think that young people over our age can influence the life in society? Sure, everyone can. And in what way? Well, through social networks, volunteering, or organizing events. And then, and this is essential. And do you do any of that? Not me. Why not? Look, I have no time to do anything. I just live my life, and I couldn't care less what the others do. She is getting ready for this Maturita, that's the General Certificate of Education, Maturita exam. But had she been, asked when not studying, the answer would have been the same, I guess. Now, if you look at the difference between those showing high and then low participation, and when we ask whether those highly participative learn that at school, obviously not, based on the answers. And those who like the school hardly ever talked about the possibility to participate to high or low degree. But in those 80 interviews, the most often we heard that they wouldn't even ask this question, and it wasn't their goal to participate. And those participative structures, they feel like something, artificial, like, they had this parliament, but she didn't volunteer to go there. And on the other hand, we have those who wish to participate, but for some reason, they don't know how to do it. And those who are good at it actually learned it somewhere else. It's not that they would actually acquire this ability at school. I'll show you now, or share authentic answers. So this is during lessons, there is no space for participation. And if you ask them, have you been active in during the classroom teaching? Well, I wanted to ask a question or add something. I did it after school or after the lesson. Why? Because there was no time. And the teachers didn't want to hear it during the lesson. Obviously, there is not much of a time to share opinions or views during the lessons. And this is a grammar school where you have the teachers who actually encourage students to be active and also to learn critical thinking. So you have someone who does express the voice, but on their own they are not capable of expressing their opinion or raising their voice. She liked the discussions, but she didn't say anything. Why was that? Well, she obviously managed to feel the subtle differences or nuances between the teachers when they do encourage someone to let their voice be heard and on the other hand suppress another one to do so. Well, now commitment, or rather engagement and participation today here is viewed or taken as a positive thing. But regardless of how democratic we are, we would always take each and every participation as a good sign or as a positive thing. And the teachers naturally frequently dislike it when the students express their opinion or raise their voice, and they feel it, the students, and feel it. Now we have again a young woman who says she wanted to ask us, I believe, but that, at school I'm then considered to be a chatterbox. I always keep asking questions and it's bothersome, but I would love to be a member Yeah, and there is a question. Did you join the school parliament? I would love to, but I'm not, because I wouldn't be voted in. I'm not a popular person in the class, in the classroom. So, in spite of all that, it means saying how difficult it is for everyone to raise their voice, and that once you talk too much, you can become unpopular. Young people do believe in the democratizing mission of the school or schooling. And when we asked about issues prevailing in the society, they would enlist them or enumerate them. And when talking about solutions, what to do about it, they oftentimes said, refer to school, that the school should do something about it. So it's not that a young generation is against the school system or against the schools. No, not at all. They trust, they believe in schools and trust them, actually. Is education important for you and the person immediately responsible, not only for me, but for everyone, for the whole life, since it's only thanks to education that we live in a democracy. Had it not been for education, perhaps the democracy would not be maintained, and that's great. And this is about the participant who refers to issues in the society, contradictions, everyone being upset, and how about the solution?
So the answer is there should be a debate in school. We have civic education, just 1 hour a week, but it does not concern the real life. So they are discussing the various structures, how the state and the government works, taxes and so on, but they don't speak about some real societal experiences. So school should work as an activating mechanism. Someone says that the problem of passivity already originates at school, that the young people are not encouraged to express their opinions. I can see my time is running out, but it's okay, because this is the conclusion. So when I sum it up, yes, young people are not a uniform mask. Many young people, I think many are here in this room, are really committed, engaged. They have participative skills, and maybe they got them out of school. And as for the school bodies, something you could work on. Sometimes the participants don't see a big impact of the school activities. Discussions at school, in the classroom, you could hear the results. And we go to school and we record the statements which are valid. And in spite of all this experience, students still think school has a democratic mission. And that's a great commitment for schools, teachers, society. Thank you very much. So, and now we'll speak with 4 young people, and for about half an hour we'll speak about their approach to education and out-of-school activities. So, Melania Nechanická. Hello again. Matthias Kulil. Welcome. Aleš Krchňák. And Matthew Krchňák. Hello to you. Hi, well, you know each other, right? Okay. So you are Aleš Matouš? Okay. Now it's clear. Thank you very much for being here. And I would like to know, what do you do at school and outside? Well, I have your portraits here, your CVs, but maybe you should introduce yourselves, what you study and what you do outside school. Melania? Hello. Melanie Nechanická. I study environmental engineering at the College of Technology in Brno. And before that, I studied at a secondary school. I studied the construction industry. And I started with DOFE as out-of-school activity. I'm also involved in other volunteering, like scouting or Run for Planet. So that's all. Well, that's enough, Melanie. Great. So, Matthias, hello, and a very nice afternoon. I am organized in many organizations like youth politics. I also got to the Ministry of Education. I was on a panel, youth panel. So that's how I got to this topic. And I realized I could change things. That was the initiating impulse. I founded a company. We do project management and projects for young people. Yeah, quite a lot. And Aleš, well, let me start. So, good afternoon. I'm Aleš. I am 19. I'm a student at a grammar school. And I like to travel in the Erasmus Plus program, like exchange studies and so on. I have my own project. My brother will tell you about the project. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. I'll start with the topic, our own project. This is the third year that we work for Europe Goes Local. We would like to thank the organizers, and it's a project that gives young people some space to change the places they come from to be a better, nicer place to live. We have been doing this for 3 years. We've been enjoying it, and that's how we got involved in participation. Even your haircuts are the same, and your mustaches, it's perfect. So when we heard about participation and the extremes, so where are you on the scale? When you were, let's say, in secondary school? At the secondary school, the participation did not work very well. It was just a handful. We wanted to get together. So it was DOFE, where we all joined the same principle. We had the same values. So you were on the scale that liked school and education, exactly. You are like Liza Simpson or Petr Fiala, our prime minister. You got up at 6 and you couldn't wait to be in school. Yes, I like the previous presentation, the situation when you want participation, but the classroom doesn't want that person, and the person cannot use his or her voice. Yes, I admire your what you are like or were like. And now, don't be offended. Did you feel sort of disadvantaged if you enjoyed something, you wanted to do it? Isn't it difficult that you cannot, to leave the crowd and to be active? Exactly as you are saying. I was the only one who wanted to do something extra, to do the volunteering. I was extremely demanding, so I wanted to find the community of people where I could do it. So I left the old community and found the new one, and people of the same opinion. Were you supported by our teachers or the school management when you wanted to do the volunteering? As for the school activities, there was a teacher who helped me, and he was the only one in our school. So he had the same feelings. He wanted to do something more. But fortunately, our school now also supports DOFE, and there are more out-of-school activities, parliament, and so on. Aleš and Matouš, and then as you mentioned, elementary schools. I was never an active pupil. You were not Liza Simpson. I was not. On the other hand, in secondary school, that already started, I think I became more active, and I realized that young people also were responsible and that we could change the world around us, that we could, for example, organize various projects, and we were simply active. We were interested in our locations and regions, and that helped. Yes, I would only add that as for us, the beginning was the first year when we took part in the first exchange, and as young people we realized we had the voice and we could make the world a better place for living, to improve the world. So that was the breaking point, the turning point. A turning point, and a person who would be a kind of turning person, so to speak. I would like to thank our parents. They were important actors. They realized we had the motivation. They always encouraged us. So our thanks go to them. Not everyone has parents who would support their children. So we are grateful. They were the first persons who noticed our activities, and then it all worked wonderfully. So they noticed our initiative, and yeah, that's how it was. Yes, parents are a great advantage. Not everyone is so fortunate. So maybe someone at school or in a sports hobby group. No, in fact, we support each other and we advance. So I think it was just the parents at the beginning, and then the two of us. We were quite skeptical about achieving or accomplishing a project or creating something valuable. It was hard, and now I like to remember it, and I'm proud, and I hope we'll accomplish much more. I also hope you already feel nostalgia. You remember what it was like in your young days. And what, Matthias, were you Liza Simpson? Well, it was by accident that, well, I didn't think the parliament was that important because it didn't really work in our school. So it was just, talking about holidays and the day of Czech statehood and so on. It was like civic education. But once a teacher looked for someone for the regional parliament and said, you will go and you will go, and you were one of them. So I did, and it was similar like school, unfortunately, what happened. But then there was an offer to participate in the Ministry of Education project. So that was already a high-positioned institution, and I decided to apply. Then we had a video call. I learned I was admitted, so I was enjoyed. I said I would be at the ministry. They congratulated you. Yes, well, they didn't know what to imagine. Would I just do some paperwork? And so there were some great things that were kicked off. A strategic document for support of youth, 25 to 30, action plans. We met many interesting people, stakeholders. And although I was skeptical at the beginning, I got to think now that I am really a participant and engaged. So you confirm what Clara said, that many parliaments are just pro forma or nothing happens. Yes, is it true? Matthias, you had the experience. Exactly. So when I talk to my friends, if the school inspector comes, then, they see a school parliament and they said, okay, and they go away. But they don't even check what the parliament is like. Melanie and guys, you have some experience from the school parliament. The school parliament worked. There was one teacher who was active and interested in our opinions, but unfortunately it didn't work in classrooms because one person was chosen and he asked the class what they wanted to discuss, but that person was often chosen only because he had time on Wednesday. So it was not about what should be changed. And we were on the margin somehow because we wanted to change something and the others didn't care less. So no changes. Can we ask for another glass of water? I expected that the guys here would drink from one glass. So, and yeah, please, one glass of water. So I'll get to you. You also have experience with the school parliament. Yes. So when we got to the second year of grammar school, we were discussing who would be the chairperson of the class and so on. But the reality was much different. There were elections, everyone was enthusiastic. I think you were one of the elected chairpersons. Then a girl was the deputy chair, but then we were disappointed. Then I resigned. The school parliament was really seen as, okay, we have the school parliament, let's make a trip somewhere. So there was no great participation. And the parliament was based on the oldest students. And at that time, I didn't feel I would be really involved. I just had a formal position for my classroom, for my grade. Well, maybe it's good you have a negative experience. I also have negative experience in the parliament. I got 2 votes. One was my own, so I was not chosen anyway. I was not in the parliament. Well, so I'm quite surprised you have such negative experience. And I would say this could be maybe a form of civic engagement to be in a school parliament. So what is the message really? You don't know. Well, maybe Philip Corita will sum it up in his slam poetry. School Parliament. Can you describe your project regarding those exchange courses, student exchange? So why did you want to do it, or what was the biggest obstacle? I take you as one unit. Yeah, we sit at the same desk at school. So as for the exchange, we started when we were 16. All the opportunities were there, how you can participate. And we thought, can we really travel abroad and learn something new and some soft skills that would be better than the formal knowledge? So we said, yes, let's do it. And we went to Italy.
And we realized that this helped us a lot. Those 10 days we spent in Italy taught us 3 times more, or we learned 3 times more material than at school. Well, does it work like that? How come? How come? Why was it you had more coffees, more cup of coffees? No, not really. No. But perhaps, during the communication, when I attended the first exchange program in the course of 2 days, I was afraid. I was too shy to speak English. I was afraid of making mistakes and people laughing at me, or I would make a grammatic mistake or what. But after 2 days, I realized that it was not important at all, that the point was to understand what those others actually mean, to understand them simply. And I then decided not to be afraid anymore. It was safe space. I can be afraid in the classroom, during lessons, but not here. So it helped me improve my, say, communication skills, because I wanted to speak. I decided I wanted to speak then. A question to everyone: how to create this safe space at home, or perhaps at your school. Maybe it's easier when you are, in the unknown setting. I mean, in the family setting, I'm more shy or afraid or more concerned than when surrounded by strangers. Yeah, well, during this Erasmus Plus, I say, well, okay, I'll be with them for roughly 10 days, and then I maybe never see them again. But if I say something within the family or my close friends, and I regularly meet them once a week, they will remember what I said, and they can use it against me. So that's... And therefore, I have to agree with you. You are right. And I proceed like that. I stretch a bit. I act as a different person when being on the Erasmus program and when at home. And you are involved in volunteering. That's your cup of tea, isn't it? So what... is there something in voluntary work that you can then apply at school? Or, let's just not be only critical vis-a-vis the school. Perhaps we can find positives as well. Well, what I loved was the importance of communication, as these twins refer to. And it's a shame that, students who seek knowledge, who are curious, can't ask those learned ones or the more successful, because that's a way to learn. But in volunteering, this is easy. It's simple. You are within a community. Each and every person does a different type of volunteering or sports, or each and every person is equipped with different skills, so we can kind of learn from each other and share. respect is something I miss in the school environment. Teachers should respect students, students should respect teachers, and that is exactly what we might change, us young people, if we respect or start respecting the teachers and ask them about things they are knowledgeable about, then perhaps many things will change. When I remember those days, I was a pupil, we would ask questions or poke questions to our teachers and hope they wouldn't know the answer, like she wasn't quite sure about words of sexual organs that we wouldn't know. So, how about respect? What's your approach or opinion on respect? Those older ones. You were actually heard. Sorry, this wasn't clear. Well, frequently when working with the topics or addressing topics like intergenerational dialogue, I'm happy we have not only thanks to Meshamato, but also other entities who managed to create a setting, a natural, spontaneous, I would say, setting, an environment and space where everyone feels safe. And I speak on behalf of my peers. And it was for the very first time we met, 20 representatives or parliamentarians. We felt really safe and secure. And we had ideas, great ideas, which we would explore or discuss. We had leading personalities who would join us and discuss those topics of interest. So, but we were supported a lot by this Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports workers and those from the agency, National Agency for International Cooperation and Education and Research. Well, this survey done by our STEM with 80% obviously believed they didn't understand the youngsters or their needs, and 50% of young ones didn't understand or fail to understand the needs and wishes of the older generation. Do have a suggestion or a recipe, a piece of advice how to overcome this? Well, whether older or younger generation, simply we should all focus on the art of listening. We should learn to listen to others. Each and every perspective or opinion is valuable, should be appreciated. So we should simply listen to each other and not rather than believe that your own opinion is the only one which is right or correct. So respect of young ones to older ones and vice versa. Yeah, to listen. There was obviously a tendency or trend to give you a clap of hands, but you will give them a clap of hands at the very end, as Philip says. But what if the other person in the dialogue doesn't wish to listen? How about that? How would you address it? Well, either the young ones or the older ones should realize that there are certain questions to which there are not bad answers, but different perspectives, different views. Simply the fact that you have a certain opinion doesn't mean it is the only correct one. And once you get to know or embrace diversity and people with different cultural background, then you realize you are enriched, and then you are prone to understand the person far more. So I would think this is a way to deal with it. And a question to all of you, or whoever wants to take it up. Your generation is oftentimes referred to as the future-ready generation, ready for an entirely different world. Do you think that the secondary schooling actually prepared you to the future world? That means adaptability, flexibility, etc. And how does it, show in reality? Not well. What's the definition of schooling or education? What should the school teach us? What should they teach us? Because at home, the family should teach you and make you ready for life. It's not only the school, because the school started as a platform that should teach you read and write or count, so we could frequently link all those together, or with families, schooling families, where we address the issues and where we are, so to say, nurtured. So we have to clearly determine the responsibility of the school, or what the school should do, whether we want the school to, so to say, move us ahead, or whether we want to learn this elsewhere, whether it's the family that, or parents and relatives who should teach us that. So do you think we put far too much responsibility, or place far too much responsibility on the schools? Well, nobody actually articulated the definition of schools or schooling or instruction, whether basics of communication or psychohygiene and God knows what, or we can deal with it at home, or social workers. I agree fully. I share her view. Things like mental health and well-being, all these are things that I would welcome it. I would love to hear about it at school, but I believe that they really are overwhelmed with other subjects. You have, so many schools where the lessons go until late afternoon. So, of course, it would be great, but I don't think there is time enough for that. Or we would reduce some other, reduce a number of lessons teaching a certain subject, and then instead we would have mental health and well-being, psychosocial well-being. I agree with everything Melania said. We have to sum up because we have only got 3 minutes left. And now a question to you all. When you were supposed, if you are supposed to say what was crucial in the civic engagement or teaching for democracy, successes, what you had a good experience with, or failures, or something that you would love to have, which you didn't have, or which was not covered by school. Well, now, if I again look back at what we have managed to achieve, are those individuals, those persons who helped me a lot with respect to project management and many other things we created at Mayas, whether it was developing entrepreneurship or mental hygiene and other things. And, to see how supportive these people were, those engaged and active people. Some of them are here with us, and I wish to thank them most cordially for their input. So to see someone who supports you, whom you can rely on, and it is not, those are not many people, but just individuals. And that always made me really happy and encouraged me to continue and persevere. I refer to democracy as, well, we are too young, so we haven't lived through lack of democracy. So history is to be taught at school, but we only had one lesson of history, or or civics at secondary school. They tell you what democracy doesn't look like, or we don't even know. I mean, what it means, because we have always lived in democracy, and so we can't imagine what it's like if there is none. But communication is important to me since we address it together, and we want democracy to further flourish or to develop. And we want to listen to the opinions or perspectives of all the others. And we are aware of the fact that the future is on us, but the older people had lived without democracy. So we should now focus on discussions with the older generations or older people in order to identify the important things for us. Thank you. Again, I agree with just about everything. In a nutshell, I would say that it's intergenerational dialogue can help foster democracy and strengthen the topic or boost it, and so to say, bring it together to the younger ones who can share with the older people who had lived without democracy. Well, we keep coming across the opinion, the cases where people don't really realize or don't respect democracy enough. They don't realize it's not for granted thing. So we should be proud, really proud at the times we are born in or current days, and hopefully it will not change after elections. Hopefully everything's work out well. Well, I did hope we would have an optimistic closure of this setting, of this meeting, but well, thank you. Thank you all. When you see such 4 young, smart people, you don't tend to succumb to depression or skepticism. I love these.
Now I'm going to switch to English again, because we should have another experience from other countries. So I hope we are in touch and we can see and hear our other guest, who is Gordon L. Porter, who is Director of Inclusive Education Canada and has been dedicated to inclusive education in schools for more than 40 years. Dr. Porter has worked as a principal, school district administrator, and university professor. He has served as a policy advisor and trainer in several Canadian ministers of education. So, Mr. Porter, I hope you can hear us. Good afternoon from Prague.
Thank you, my pleasure.
It's
great to be able to visit without a long airplane ride.
It's great having you here. Thanks for joining us. And the floor is yours, so we are ready for your keynote speech.
Okay, just let me open up my slides. My understanding is that everyone's received a copy of my slides. And I think, should I put them on full screen like this? Does this work best? Hello?
Yes.
This works, everything's working fine?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so thank you for the invitation to attend your conference. And my intent is to share the experience that I've had in several different capacities here in Canada to implement inclusive education. And the title of my talk is Right, Smart, and Sustainable, the Case for Inclusive Schools. And I do believe that inclusive education is the way of the future. It's a responsible and the right way to educate our children for the future. So first of all, just to go back a few years, I was very fortunate to be able to visit Prague in, I think it was 2016, and was invited for a number of presentations, one of which was at the Canadian Embassy in Prague. And the ambassador at that time was a former, someone born in the Czech Republic, and who came to Canada, and he and his sister became the world pair figure skating champions in 1962. He's very famous in Canada, became a politician and then our ambassador to your country. Otto Jelnik. I don't know whether you've heard of the Jelniks, but it was my pleasure to be hosted by the ambassador while in Prague. So let's talk about inclusive education and specifically what it has been designed to change or overcome, and that's exclusion. And the cartoon you see represents this gap between children who would like to go to their community school with other children, but the differences in policy and practices make it impossible. So that's exclusion. Inclusion, on the other hand, is children with various needs going to the same school, being with their peers in inclusive schooling. Very much what we're trying to advocate for. So just a moment to discuss what is inclusive education. Here in Canada, we've increasingly used the idea of a common learning environment in a local school as compromise, as making up what we call inclusive education. And the diversity of students who may be part of that may be based on race, gender, and you can see the other things: disability, social condition, poverty, and other factors. The point is that children go to school with their siblings. They go to school with the children who live on their street. They go to the school that makes a natural transition from the home to the community. Now, in order to make this work, we have to strengthen the school. There's no question that schools have been built on the assumption that students will reach a certain point, a certain level of accomplishment. And certainly in my own school experience as a youngster in Canada, children who didn't learn easily, children who had challenges of one kind or another, whether personally or in the home, left school. They did not complete school. So we need to strengthen the structure of the school so that we can, in fact, accommodate the diversity of the students. And the way I like to talk about that, and in a positive way, is that we need to strengthen inclusion. Everything we do to strengthen inclusion helps us strengthen the school. So strengthening inclusion means strengthening the school. And in fact, I completed, along with a colleague, a full 1-year review of inclusive education in New Brunswick, one of the provinces of Canada. And this is the title that we gave to our report: Strengthening Inclusion, Strengthening Schools. Now, let me just hover for a moment on this concept, because many people think that inclusion is a competing interest to school authorities, that when you invest in inclusion, you're taking away something from other children. My position is the opposite, and that is that when we strengthen the school for inclusion, we're strengthening it for every child. So how might we go about strengthening the school? First of all, we need to create an environment, a culture of inclusion. That's a starting point. And I think that's society's responsibility. It's a responsibility of people who make the laws and policies that govern our schools. Once that inclusive environment or culture has been established, once we start to target creating a common learning environment for every child, then we build on that with mixed ability groups, with peer strategies. We use the community school. We respond to individual needs, but we do that in the context of inclusion within a common learning environment in the school. Now, in this talk, which just for a few minutes, I'm going to talk about 3 key things that I think are elements of making inclusive education work. This comes from my work over many decades, and it's what my thinking is as of today. And there are 3 things I want to talk about. There are probably a dozen things we could talk about in this topic, but these are the 3 that I think are most critical. The first is funding, and that is optimizing the financial impact of whatever your country invests in education for students. So optimizing funding. Second, it's critically important to support teachers, because in an inclusive school, by definition, that means that classroom teachers do the work. We're not sending children off to specialists. Regular classroom teachers are doing the work, and we need to support them. And finally, what's the most powerful tool we have? And I'm going to argue that it's social capital. Okay, first of all, funding. And this is always an interesting discussion. Every country that I know of has issues about funding public education to the amount that people feel is satisfactory. Certainly we do in my country. There's a major, the part of Canada where I live right now, there's been a major kerfuffle over how much money is being allocated for support services. I don't think that's probably ever going away. There'll always be struggles about how much money, how much investment we should put in public education, and for what purpose. So, some questions about inclusion and money. So, when you spend money for inclusion, to promote inclusion, there are some questions we need to ask. And the first one is, does inclusion funding benefit all students? Now, in some models, the money that supports students with disabilities is distinct from and has no effect on the other children in the school or the other children in the public school system. In an inclusive culture of a school, in fact, the funding benefits the child who has a special need, but the practicality is that it also supports the other children in the class. It helps create conditions for them to prosper and do better as well. So the second question about funding, does investment in increasing teacher capacity, supporting teachers so that their capacity to serve students is stronger, does that provide benefits and outcomes for all students? And my argument is that a good model, an effective model, does provide outcomes that benefit all students. The third question, do investments in accessibility, assistive technology, and other things that are specialized and usually connected to special education or special provision, do they make a difference generally? And again, I would argue that those kind of investments do and can support broader improvement in education than just students with special needs. And finally, does peer support reduce cost? Inclusion means children are in classrooms with other peers who may or may not have specific challenges, but that kind of peer relationship that comes from that kind of culture of classroom inclusion provides support that's natural, that comes from the children themselves. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. So very briefly, my thinking is that in an inclusion model, we provide service to students with diverse needs. We make inclusion the context, that is, all children learning together. We invest money in the core instructional program in the classroom, support the teacher, provide the money that previously might have gone to segregated programs, and as a result, we strengthen the core schooling system for all students. More resources to achieve results for all children. Now, the way this looks, and I apologize for the euro, I realize that you don't use the euro, or you possibly, it's not your main currency in your country. But the concept is that every time you remove a student from the core classroom, from the core classroom services that are public education funds, you're taking away money. Money leaves the system when you remove children. And the core education program suffers as a consequence. So you take the children out, you're taking money out. And money means support and means quality of education. It's not a sustainable kind of affair. The more children you take out, the more teachers think they should have children leave who don't learn easily. Now, the alternative to that is you keep the children in, you keep them in the core classroom service, and as a result, you are able to spend the money on programs and services that benefit all children. And here are just some concluding statements about funding. First of all, you have more effective use of resources to enhance the core educational function of the school. You allow teachers to receive specific support when they need it for specific situations. And all learners benefit, not just those with diverse needs. So spend the money in the regular class, strengthen inclusion, strengthen the school. And if you want to get slightly biblical, my way of thinking of this is that spending the money to support inclusion is a way to turn water to wine. Instead of benefiting only a few and with no generalizing effect, we're creating something that has higher value, greater value by strengthening the core of the school functioning. Okay, so that's funding. That's one of my three topics. The second is supporting teachers. In an inclusive school, teachers do the work. We're not building separate classrooms with special education teachers. We're not sending children off to segregated schools, separate schools and programs. We're keeping them in the regular school in typical classes with their peers. So who does the work there? The teachers. Regular classroom teachers do the work. So if they're doing the work, we have to provide them with support, because it's clear that there are situations where teachers need a lot of support, and with some challenges, they need only a little bit of support. So in supporting teachers, we could lay out any number of elements that would go into that. But just for brevity and for discussion, I would present these as 6 critical elements of support for teachers. The first one is policy and vision, and that comes from the top. Whatever level of society or in your nation where education policy, the vision for what public education is going to provide, that's the starting point. And if you're going to build an inclusive system, inclusion has to be a key element of that policy and vision statement. Second is you need leadership. You need leadership in ministries of education, in schools, and you need leaders in the classroom. Leadership is key. People have to spearhead the development of inclusive education and move forward when those challenges need to be met. The third element is professional learning. No matter how skilled a teacher may be, in an inclusive classroom, there are going to be new and unique challenges that present themselves, and teachers need to constantly be learning new and more effective instructional strategies to meet the needs of students. And that means an ongoing professional learning program that invests in supporting teachers, providing that professional learning within their own school where at all possible. It's the best place to provide it. The fourth thing is practical collaborative support. I'm going to talk more about that in just a moment. This is the development of particular approaches to help teachers meet the challenges that fully diverse classrooms present to them. The fifth element is problem solving. And it's my experience and my argument that no matter how skilled a teacher might be, no matter how effective a school might be, there are always going to be new and unique problems that surface over the course of a school year and during the course of programming for all children in that school. And a school needs a clear, well-articulated way to deal with those problems and to help teachers figure out solutions. And if not solutions, at least strategies that manage better this week than they did last week, better for next week than now. So problem solving is a focus. Problem solving is clearly on the agenda of the school leaders and teachers. And finally, the sixth element is developing parents as partners in the educational enterprise. And this varies, in my experience, from school to school. Some schools welcome parents as partners, and it makes a big difference to their success. Other schools are more guarded. They think parents should be on the outside looking in. Teachers are the professionals. They know what to do, and parents are sort of kept at arm's length. And my experience is that the more you use parents as partners in the process, the better the situation goes. Now, let me quickly move on here. Time is essence, and I don't want to overdo it. One of the critical things that I think needs to happen is you need to decide how you're going to think about lack of success of a student in a class or a school. When a student does not succeed at the level you think is reasonable, how do you start thinking about that situation? And research has shown that most people, most of the time, decide that lack of success is attributable to the student, him or herself. So they're effectively using a defective student model to explain lack of success. Lack of success means defective student. The defect can be for any number of reasons. It can be intelligence, it can be family social condition, it can be behavior, it can be any number of things that you want to suggest. Now that's one alternative. The second alternative is to first and foremost look at what happens in the school as the explanation for the student's lack of success. Is it something we could do different in the classroom? Is it that the school could do more to support a teacher to develop a more effective strategy? So when a child is not successful, where does your focus go first? Defective student or defective school? And I would suggest that we focus on school improvement, which is sort of another way of labeling the defective school. So when we work to improve what we do in the school, we work to improve the capacity of teachers, of how we support teachers, of how we collaborate with parents, then we build a better, stronger model than we do if we simply attribute the lack of success to the student. Now, there are a number of ways that we can support teachers. There's collaboration, coaching, co-teaching, working on the curriculum, developing differentiated instruction strategies. Many teachers report challenges with behavior management, can work with them on that. And of course, increasingly, technology can help teachers accomplish their task more effectively. And I think in the future, we'll see a lot more use of technology in teaching and learning. So these are critical things to do. But what I want to do is concentrate on what teachers tell us make the biggest difference. Here in New Brunswick, when we did our review of inclusive education, we had 5,000 teachers take part in a full day workshop on inclusive education. And then at the end of the day, we asked them to do an online survey. And one of the questions was, what supports did teachers think were most valuable to help them make inclusive education successful? And they ranked these things in order of importance. And if you can see this clearly, I don't want to read them all through, but if you look at the highest incident, the column on the graph that has the highest response is collaboration with education support teachers. We'll talk about that in a moment. But if you look at the next four things, the first five items are collaboration, 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 planning time, collaboration with parents. All of those things show that teachers are more successful when they're able to discuss their strategy with peers, with parents, with support teachers, with school leaders, and determine for themselves what the priorities should be for action to meet student needs. These things can be done without significant investment of money. Providing opportunity for people to talk with other people in the school and to collaborate with those who might have insights into how things can go better is a critical part of making inclusion work. Now, three very quick ideas about how you support teachers. The first is that you have a school-based support team. Conceptualize that teachers are supported, and because you support teachers, you're supporting students. And the first critical thing that I think that helps support teachers is that whether you have a large school, a medium, or a small school, the other teachers, the other professionals in the school, those who are not classroom teachers, provide service to the teacher, who then provides service to the student. And this is a school-based support team. When the teacher needs help, people on the support team provide it. They talk, they collaborate, they discuss, they figure out strategies. Teachers are helped to figure out, to determine what the most effective steps forward are. Support teams should have regular meetings. They come together and say, what help do teachers need and who's best to help that teacher? There's communication, collaboration, developing strategies, coaching, problem solving, bringing resources to the teacher, accessing specialists when that's needed. Because there are many specialists who are not going to be in the school who might be called on from time to time to help teachers. So that's the role of the school support team. Second, the critical way to support teachers is through a support teacher model. And in traditional special education, you have special teachers in special schools, you have experts that do particular things. In an inclusive school, the children are with the regular class teacher, and the teachers need to be supported. So the positions that used to go towards special education teachers can be redeployed into the support teacher model. And the support teacher provides flexible, innovative, problem-solving, professional learning assistance to the classroom teacher. Now, not everywhere not every jurisdiction has this support teacher role. My experience is that it's critical. You can give teachers the responsibility, but you also have to give them help. You have to give them support. And who those teachers are is critically important. I'm not going to go through all of this now. You've got the slides that have been circulated to you. But I want to emphasize that the most effective support teachers, in my experience, have been classroom teachers who've had success themselves. Classroom teachers who are viewed as the most effective teachers in the school. Classroom teachers who are oriented towards helping their peers, to being collaborative. Classroom teachers who learn the special things they need to know about children with special needs and diverse needs, but that complement that with experience themselves, thus giving them credibility with their peers. And another element of this support teacher role is time, how they spend their time. And I want to share just a few things about that with you. First of all, a colleague of mine wrote an article about how support teachers or resource teachers spend their time, and you can find it in the Canadian Education Association journal, Education Canada. So it's an article about how should resource teachers or support teachers spend their time in an inclusive setting. And basically, what we argue, and I think what the research supports, is that support teachers need to spend at least 60% of their time working directly with classroom teachers on their challenges. Too often in models in various jurisdictions, support teachers spend their time with students. And if they spend all their time with students, they're not able to give support to teachers. So the model suggests that supporting students should be a maximum of 25% of their time. And that finally, all the other things that a school might find for a support teacher to do should take up no more than 15%. Now, these are targets. These are not meant to be rigid, they're flexible. But the point of this is that support teachers primarily work directly helping classroom teachers solve problems. In the Northwest Territories of Canada, I've done quite a bit of work up there, and this model is reflected here in their outline of how what they call program support teachers provide instruction within the school. And you'll see very particular detailed listing of the kind of activities that support teachers play to help teachers be successful. Now, third and finally, supporting teachers, problem solving. No matter how effective a teacher is, no matter how competent and skilled, with inclusion, with diverse student populations, they're going to encounter new problems, new situations that they need assistance to figure out. And a school needs a very clear process for teachers to engage with in order to get support with the problems they face. They can deal with the problem themselves, and unfortunately, too many teachers are forced to do that. If they have a proper support teacher program, then the teacher can seek collaborative support from a peer or from a support teacher. You can consult an expert, someone from outside the school, a school psychologist, a specialist in behavior, somebody who's a specialist in strategies for children who have visual impairments or hearing impairments. Probably not in the school, but can be brought in if they need to help it solve a problem. But a school needs a very well-defined set of ways that teachers can get help with problems. And one way that I've found useful over many years is a process we call Teachers Helping Teachers. And the premise of this program is that with well-trained facilitators, you can bring a group of school peers together, present the problem, generate ideas from peers, from other teachers in the school, not dependent on an outside expert, not waiting for the expert to come to the school, weeks or possibly months after the teacher first reports a problem, but a process that can be done immediately in a timely way, facilitated to bring teacher support from other people, other teachers in their school. And we have a video, a manual, and a discussion of how this works. And you can find it on the website that I've indicated here at the bottom of the page. And this is not on the presentation that was emailed to you. It's called Source for Inclusive Education. And you look under problem solving and you'll find teachers helping teachers and an instructional video on how to do the process, as well as a manual and an outline to help make that work. Okay, so that's two of my topics, and I realize my time is running out. So let me wind up with the third and final concept that I want to share with you, and that is the idea of social capital. Now, inclusion is not just about day-to-day in the classroom. Ultimately, it's about lifelong outcomes for students. What happens to students when they complete schooling, when they become adults and live in their community? And that's all about building social capital. And if you haven't encountered this before, which I'd be surprised you haven't, you can Google it and see what they have to say about social capital. It's a concept that's been talked about quite a bit in recent years. And it's my argument that building social capital is the single most critical factor in making inclusion successful. Because if you ask a group of teachers, if you ask a group like the group here now, what's the secret ingredient of inclusion? You can get various answers. Some people will suggest it's teachers or school leaders, parents, policy leaders, ministers of education, teacher unions, any kind of, you can suggest all kinds of answers to that question. But there's one vital element of inclusive education that makes the biggest difference. And that's the fact that inclusion means that children with diverse needs go to school with their peers. And they don't just go to school for an hour, they go for the full school day. They don't just go for the day, they go for a week, 5 days a week, 5 hours a day, and however number of weeks. In my country, it's 39 or 40 weeks a year. And they do that in kindergarten, and they do that in first grade and second grade for 12 or 13 years of public education. And when children go to school with their peers, over that amount of time, it emphasizes that children don't just learn from their teachers. Children learn from each other. They're supported by each other. All of these are photographs of children who are included, and they're all photographs, by the way, that I've taken myself. This one's in New Brunswick, where I live. The pictures you see here are from Bogota, Colombia. Girls' school, you see the little girl with the glasses on the right, social capital in action. Children in Colombia, and on the right in Brazil. This is in Mali, in Africa. These are from Asia. This is in Barcelona. This is my favorite picture. A little boy, and I was in that school, by the way, visiting with the boy's father and looking at the program that this school had implemented to make inclusion work. And let me finish my talk with a story that explains how I happened to get into this work of inclusion and for it to become something that I'm passionately promoting through my career. It's a serendipitous experience. When I moved to the town where I now live, I was a regular school principal, and I was invited to be on the board of directors of a special school that served children with intellectual disabilities. And it was called the Peter Pan School. And very quickly, I became the head of the board of directors and was in a sense the boss or the head person of the school as the head of the board. I didn't work there, but the teachers reported to me. So in the course of operating this Peter Pan school, there were documents that had to go back and forth. And on this one occasion, my son, who was about 7, 9 years old, fourth or fifth grade, walked by the Peter Pan school on the way to his school. So I had a document that had to be delivered to the school. My work took me in the opposite direction. So I gave the envelope to my wife to have my son deliver it on that day to the Peter Pan school. And when I came home that afternoon, late that day, the envelope had not been delivered. It was still in my house. And I asked why. And my wife told me a very disturbing message. My son would not be seen by his peers walking up the steps of the Peter Pan school. His school took him a walk by the Peter Pan school, and he walked by the school 4 times a day. On the way to school, he walked home for lunch, back to school, back home again. And my son would not let any of the other children that he walked with see him walk into the Peter Pan school. It was aversive. It was not a good thing. He would be teased. He would be harassed. And he wouldn't do it. So I learned a lesson from that. Now, later that decade and in the decades to come, I worked to help make schools inclusive. And my son had a daughter who was about the same age. So a generation later, New Brunswick and Canada generally had implemented inclusive education. So this is my son's daughter, Emily. From the time she went to school in the mid-90s to the time she graduated from high school 12 years later, she was always in a school where there were diverse groups of students. She was included for the entire course of her education. And in fact, when she learned that her grandfather, that's me, traveled around to many different countries talking about inclusive education, she was baffled why that would happen. Because by that time, by the time her generation went to school, inclusion was a given. Having children with diverse needs in every classroom was typical. It was expected. It was not new. It was not an anomaly. So, schooling and inclusion, it makes a difference. This is my insight into how I became aware of just how challenging it was to create inclusive schools. And I think that for every generation, for every group of leaders, for every group of educators, you have to make a decision. Are you willing to support inclusion, do the work that makes it possible to produce the benefits for teachers, the benefits for students, and the benefits for our communities and countries? Yes or no? And leaders need to get off the fence and be on one side or the other. And I say, you go with yes. Make schools inclusive. Use funding effectively, support teachers, and embed children's lives with their peers so they can benefit from the social capital that exists. So I want to thank you for your attention, and thank you for letting me share these few minutes with you from many miles away. And I hope you have success as you continue to look at how to develop inclusion in your country.
Thank you. Thank you, Gordon, so much for your inspiring keynote speech, and thank you also for nearly respecting the time limit. So now we have to move on.
Now let's proceed to the last part of our event, which is the last panel on inclusion and education, as a matter of fact, and inclusion as a basis of democracy. We have invited people from different corners of the country. Please, Kumar Vishwanathan, active teacher, social worker, and founder of Coexistence Project of Vzájemné soužití, be cordially welcome. I also wish to welcome Lenka Felsmanová, co-founder and chairperson of the NGO SOFA, Society for All. Be welcome. Tomáš Machalík, director of the division or department student support, counseling and co-education in the National Pedagogical Institute, NPI. And last but not least, we also have Bob Cardos, vice rector of the University of Economics and Management, and author of the book No Future and Future On. So join us on the stage, please. And I shall first pose the question which we had at the end of the presentation given by Gordon. Well, so this concept of inclusion became essential or crucial to him, and it's been actually being developed for generations. So what do you think is a situation of inclusion like in the Czech Republic? How are we doing, briefly, in terms of inclusion? Well, good afternoon. I would perhaps split it into two parts. First, attitudinal and supportive or infrastructural. As to the stance or attitude of the public, including teachers, we still have a lot to improve, because not everyone believes inclusion is the best way ahead. For the society that is resilient, which exploits diverse talents and gifts of individuals, and which manages to be coherent. So this is an obstacle barrier. If you look at the support system Europe-wide, in this country, the support system is based on supportive steps designed or catering individual students, and all that is based on assessment, student assessment. And of course we can talk about the budgets, whether or not it is sufficient, whether or not the supportive measures are properly designed, but the approach or access to support is unique. Nevertheless, it is not fully tapped, or it's not exploited to the degree it could be or might be. Well, thank you for for invitation. I find Gordon's words extremely inspirational. You know, in 2015 to 2016, he actually worked with us when we started to launch or deploy inclusion. And that was a milestone. He was helping us then. And I've got 2 to 3 comments to add. First of all, there is no alternative to inclusion. We can think of whatever systems you may think of, but if you wish to have social peace and if you want to spend less rather than more, you know, when you remove the kids and remove them, transfer them elsewhere, then it's actually you lose the fund. So if you have special premises built for them, it's always more costly. So that's the point that he also confirmed, and he has got wonderful slides to support it, others than those we have seen as well. And we are actually going in this direction, or proceeding in this direction, because the mayors, Minister of Education and Sports, does support inclusion, and there has been a shift. We cater for each and every student, but we actually invest the funds into the schools rather than directly attached to the individual. Some schools say they have far too many children from disadvantaged backgrounds or families. The social exclusion index is assessed, and there is an ever higher number of municipalities reporting the status, so to say. So the funds are actually earmarked to the institutions or institutional background rather than being tied or earmarked per child. You said there was no alternative, Tomasz, but before the election, some people state there could be an alternative. Well, it's a politicum now, so to say. Well, we had this milestone or breakthrough point occurred in 2015-16 when but certain part of population gets upset once you articulate the word inclusion. Well, I dare to be more radical. Society, whether general public or professional public, and general public is being massaged by the populist parties, but they simply don't embrace the idea, don't buy in. And it was extremely challenging to persuade someone who has been a teacher for 30 years. Now you tell him or her he should proceed differently, but she must admit that over the period of 30 years he didn't actually perform. So if you take professional identities or careers of someone, and if they have to admit they did things in a wrong manner and therefore they should make the change. Therefore, some groups of professionals are actually opposing this in a pretty aggressive manner. They use any types of arguments to justify their position or their stance that is against inclusion. Now, plus there is this populist pressure when those populists say, oh yes, we'll eliminate it, we'll do away with inclusion, we'll return to the world of common sense. I quite agree with Thomas that we have no other opportunity but to maintain some sort of degree of coexistence, to act in an inclusive manner. And I'm happy we have heard it so many times actually through our Canadian colleagues, starting with Her Excellency the Ambassador and the two keynote speakers. Simply, we have no other choice. There is no way to do it differently. And it's going to be a task of the civic society. I'm afraid the outcome of the elections will be no good. That is, inclusion shall not be supported. And that will be up or down to the Czech nation or society to defend inclusion. For 20 years, a certain group of people supported inclusion and its kind of implementation. But now these populists will try to thwart it, to simply pull it down. Now, Maria, you are the co-founder of Coexistence. You have been doing your best in your sorry, so it's Komar? Well, you do your best to give each and every child a chance to attend schools, to be educated and instructed. Yeah, well, I fully agree again with what you have said. Ever since 1990, I've been involved in teaching. I was the physics teacher in the first bilingual grammar school. And then I worked in Olomouc, Martin. There were two partner schools, and our grammar school in Olomouc was in a beautiful old building. Next to it was Roma school. I love my ex-students. They are scattered all over the world now. But the paradox was that to be admitted to the school, you had to pass an audition. And boys were doing more poorly against girls. But next door, there were these Roma children running around, and I wondered why they were not admitted to the school. Those were pretty awkward interviews. We had advisors from Great Britain. You remember those days. Skinheads were very active, nationalist views, then the split of Czechoslovakia, and so on and so forth. Well, now, 97. Now, let's switch to 1997. Our school was one of the best performing schools. And the success was also due to the kind of blending of British system, Czech system, more child-centered learning and teacher-centered learning, simply a mix thereof. Following that, I came to Ostrava in 1997 during the floods. There were Roma kids strolling around or in the streets, and in my view, those kids were smart. They were smart, but disobedient and pretty tough. And every day we had a child from special school being brought to standard or regular school, common school setting. This was a girl 7 years old, and she was attending a school where she couldn't be enrolled. In 6 months' time, she sat for a test again in Olomouc, and we were told it was impossible to admit her or to enroll her because she was not from the catchment area. Then she got, after an assessment, a certificate of not being mentally retarded, based on which there was a suit. Sorry, but this is not understandable. I'm sorry for that. I do my best. Anyway, Svietlanka was received by Swedish Queen. There was an interview made with her, or what conducted with her, well, in a nutshell. Then there was this pseudo action. 18 kids from Ostrava actually went to court or submitted an action against the Czech Republic. That was in 2020, in the year 2000, sorry. Now it's 2025, and what has changed? A lot has changed, as a matter of fact. Each coin has two sides, but the fact is that schools are still segregated. Segregation prevails. And there are major differences among the teachers. You have special education, special needs teachers and other classroom teachers, but it always all depends on the decision of the headmaster or principal of the school, and there is a lack of consistency of approach. I wonder how the National Pedagogical Institute, through systems, tries to address the segregation issue or challenge, and how does it support equal opportunities or equality of schooling? What do we have in order to perform and to implement quality inclusive education? Well, we have been working on it consistently for quite a period of time. It is simply something that you cannot address or deal with through one project or during one season. We have got hundreds of schools, 135 or what, with kids with diversity of needs, where we work on this peer-to-peer model or basis. We can't, go to the school, see, visit, observe, and say, well, this is not the way to do it. You should do it in a better way. You should improve. No. We, all the time, the NPI has been a kind of guide or support. We have got a catalogue of tools or instruments, one of which is Social Teacher. And thanks to great efforts and activities, many activities of many stakeholders, this is stipulated in the Social Worker Act. So the position should be established in each and every school that is a social teacher. It will be actually rolled out on a system-wide basis. So what we learned abroad, we introduced into schools of 450 schools. But it's all about different kids. The kids have to come to school if they are to be included. And it's not always the case, and this has been discussed very often with founding entities of schools, with the school principals or headmaster.
So it's then rather difficult, that bridge between the families and the school. That is what we call the breakfast club. And that is quite helpful, but there have been many arguments, because some people would say, why should school handle something that the family should do? Every child should get breakfast at home and bring a snack. So it's about something else. When it's about the success at school, and then it matters. So I don't want to keep you long, but also in a smaller team, we deal with the ethnic segregation of the Roma, where maybe for the first time in history we present a specific solution. So as Kumar says, it's true, unfortunately, we cannot send a report to Strasbourg. Yes, we are halfway there. We still have schools which get Roma pupils together in a classroom, and sometimes in a municipality there are other schools, but the children are still separated. So, of course, there you get on the thin ice, really, skating on thin ice, talking to administrators, etc. We also have, over the 2 years, there are 10 locations where we have lots of experience, and the National Education Institute did not have a provider, although it was a key to the chief design. But it's always the teacher, the principal, the school that matter most. So now we are speaking about the design of the education system of a city or town, and I hope that in autumn will speak before we send a report to Strasbourg. We'll try to balance the proceedings about maybe a breach of acquis communautaire. There'll still be a lot of work with local communities. When you come to such a municipality, you see there are many people who want to do something about it, but they are always somehow behind the back of someone who decides to speak for the entire municipality. But we see there are many people who want to help. We are also mapping the good practice when segregation can be coped with. There's a particular location where the problem was eliminated. But what can we do to have more such locations? So the role of providers, of course, is important, especially if they handle more than one school in a municipality. Then you have to think of the catchment areas. And of course, the parents have a choice, and the principal cannot turn down the student from his catchment area. So it's about the education of the society, the benefits of inclusive education. We don't use data. There are meta-analysis, the impact of inclusive education, the impact on disadvantaged children, and the other children without the disadvantages. So the impact is usually either neutral or positive, not negative. And children who went through inclusive education, I don't like the term intact, those who they have the socio emotional skills much more developed as if they underwent inclusive schooling. So inclusive schooling means that no one loses. Schools need support, and what we have heard is especially the soft support of people who are available, who are the support teachers who help to solve problems. So we are now facing mental health of young people. Every teacher will tell you it's difficult to handle the education of people with disturbing, disruptive behavior. So we have to do something about these strategies. For a long time, there was a kind of management by fear, and we haven't offered many instruments to teachers. The approach to positive support management, the trauma-respecting approach. Many people bring this emotional burden. Bullying is a topic. So some of these children are sensitive in stress situations, so we should do something for them and offer them support. So we are coming to a conclusion, but let me go back to what the Human Rights Commissioner said. Each child should enjoy success at school. What should such a school offer? Each child really should experience it. But to experience failure is not bad. But again, each child, right? So the school, as we have seen in the Canadian presentation, Otakar Jelinek, as I know him, he was a refugee after World War II from Czechoslovakia when the communists came to power. when his father's factory, cork factory, was nationalized. They went to England, they looked different. Then they went to Canada. And he said that boys would spit at him. So, spit on him. And later he became the figure skating, but he was also Minister Secretary for Multiculture. But multiculture and inclusion are bad words, really. Inclusion, okay, would be something Comenius mentioned, pansophism. Comenius wanted each child to have a place, and he thought of girls. He already envisioned girls going to school. So that's the problem. Okay. Then sophism, okay, an idea of Comenius. And in his labyrinth of the world, he says we should start with ourselves. How we can start? Yes, I think resilience seems to be the key word. We have to be more resilient if we want to help others. We have to be able to help ourselves. It's like when you put on the oxygen mask on first before the child on a plane. Well, I could speak to the principal of the school I mentioned at the beginning, and he said, if there was an event in the square, the majority would never meet with the Roma minority. But then, when this elite school was turned into an inclusive school, then there was a positive benefit. And now the city has a real community life. It's not minority versus majority. They live together. So it's quite a tangible proof that it works. And this link then, of course, reduces sociopathic. So it can all be seen in these examples. And naturally, we have to start with ourselves. We live in disruptive times. As Lenka said, teachers sometimes mistake inclusion for a burden of problems when digital form existence started to intervene in our lives. So there is a type of correlation between a heightened sensitivity and all those anxieties and some types of social communication. When you are an adolescent, it's very difficult. So this is quite a huge problem. In Australia, after 13 years of discussion, they decided that social networks would be banned up to the age of 16, not just banning cell phones in schools, but social media will be forbidden. And Australia is not a totalitarian country. So, unless we look at the causes, we'll always then have to cope with a fire that cannot be extinguished. And it doesn't concern only inclusion or the causes of the DH verdict, and the Czech Republic had to change its approach to education. So it depends on us, educators, and the parents cannot be really welcoming and tolerant to this situation, if they cannot adapt to the changing reality, they cannot expect young people will be able to do that. So that's quite obvious. And we don't have to quote Comenius or scientific facts. This is quite trivial. It depends on us whether we can present these models to young people. So the descending trend we have mentioned, not just how the society relates to inclusion, but how we look. And public affairs, we'll see in 2 weeks during the elections. So let's be aware of that. If we want to be the example, to go back to the topic of the conference, we want this country to preserve democracy, and those who want it will have to be more active, how to protect the country. Nothing is guaranteed. And what we see in Slovakia, the scenario, then all this can happen here as well. So try to be an example. So we want to pass on this news. Thank you very much. We are coming to the closing remarks. Let's be optimistic. It would be sad if we were too depressive. Maybe if you had a fantasy, you could transform the Czech education. What would it be like in 2050? So, couple of minutes. This is FutureEdu. We look at the future, and you are the experts. So tell us, what could the system look like? If I could dream, I would say we have kind teacher. They will focus on the child, not just the subject they teach. They will try to provoke interest in the children and love for something they themselves love. They will think what kind of example they are for the children. They will also get support of persons they trust. It will be their mentors, and they will be a part of a well-connected system. Families and teachers, they will not be alone. There will also be things they will be aware of, like some family problems, health problems, but there will be mechanisms set up that will make the communication easier. That's how I see it. Kumar. Well, in 2050, I hope we'll celebrate 25 years of the anniversary that all the Roma, non-Roma, and other children with special needs will go to school together. Thank you. Tomáš. Well, I thought I would speak about Bob. I wanted to be optimistic. I'm also getting ready for an optimistic conclusion. Okay. So I would like it to be quite common to find democracy in schools. And I was going to say, I'll follow up what Lenka said, that teachers will be people who will teach young people to live together. That's what we need in the 21st century. And if we want the future to be as we want it to be, we must keep hope and pass it on. Sometimes we must voice a warning. I remember a discussion with the head of the Institute of Mental Health when he said, first you must scare them. And he said, why? That's the impulse that the person does something. That's how our psyche works. You scare them and you give them hope. So the Czech society is strong enough that it can survive any kind of shock. Thank you very much. Thank you for the optimistic conclusion. Bob Kartaus, Komanžan, Lenka Kacmanová, Tomáš. Thank you. I'd like to thank all the guests, and before Philip Korita will conclude the event, and that will be a great finish. Yes, we would like to thank the partners, organizers, like to thank Opera, the partners, let me name them, we are happy. Again, it's a national agency on international collaboration, the National Education Institute, Maple Bear, BDO Legal and others, and the media partner, Heroin, and other media partners, and also EdRevy, Aspen Institute, Embassy of Canada, and the Václav Havel Library. We'd like to thank you, Markéta, so you deserve it. I want to thank Michal for being a great moderator. Yes, we have thanked each other. Our thanks also go to the audience on the stream. I like to say hello to both of you. Well, I'm sure there have been more people on the stream, or maybe they will watch the stream later. Thank you very much for staying here until late in the afternoon. And now Philip and his slam poetry. Yes, will not say anything else. You will do it. And then that's it. Philip Korita. This will only be in Czech. In Czech. We apologize and goodbye.
Já musím říct, že Michal mi vzal vítr z plachet, jo, protože úplně první řečník mluvil o tom, jak Markétě nikdo nepoděkuje. Nikdo to neudělal reálně, ale pak to udělal Michal. Tak jestli bych mohl předstírat, že se to nestalo, protože hned to první, to jsem napsal úplně na začátku, protože jsem si říkal, to se bude hodit, jak je důležité poděkovat Markétě. Je to takový volný proud myšlenek. Markétě nikdo nepoděkuje, nikdo jiný to neudělá, nikdo neumí říct děkuju. Jsme v Čechách, tady se miluje maďarský trdelník. Děkujeme Budapešti, ale kdo poděkuje Markétě, to nevíme. Opravdu je to tak těžký říct díky za brownies, Markéto, ňam, ňam, ňau, říct díky za panakotu, Markéto, ňam, 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 říct díky za kafe, Markéto, ňam, ňam, ňam. Demokracie prochází žaludkem, knedlo, zelo, demokracie. Čím víc zelí, tím víc demokracie, jasná kauzalita. Kdo chrání zelí, ten chrání demokracii, ňam, ňam, ňam. Už jsem vám řekl, že jsem z osminy Maďar, ano, jsem z osminy trdelník, sakra, já jsem z osminy Orbán, trdelníky včera nechceme. A kdy už někdo konečně poděkuje Markétě, kde je Bulgakov, aby řekl díky, kde se schovává, fajn, tak to udělám já, nyní nastává čas na osobní odpovědnost. A tam je to vtipný, jakože jí vlastně nepoděkuju, jo, že převezmu tu odpovědnost, ale díky nikde. Potom další. Mně se moc líbilo, co říkala paní Laurenčíková, protože já nenávidím lidi, kteří mlátí svoje děti. Mám 2 syny, v životě jsem se jich nedotkl a v životě to neudělám. Je to odporný způsob nevýchovy, s výchovou to nemá vůbec nic společného. Doufám, že teď někdo, kdo mlátí svoje děti a cítí se velmi blbě. Tak. A tohle se jmenuje a zároveň, ale na konci je ohromně inkluzivní vložka. Jo, protože já bych řekl, tady byla zmiňovaná ta bublinovitost tohoto prostoru. Tady budete mít výzvu, přátelé, ale extrémní teda. Tak, pojmenoval jsem to roztodivné konsekvence flákance. Já jsem si ten flákanec zasloužil. Vždyť jsem zapomněl umýt hrnek. Spletl jsem si Blansko s Brnem. V koupelně jsem neutřel prach. Víc než kabát mě zajímá Bach. Ten flákanec mě hrozně poučil. Teď už vím, že flákanec je cesta. Integruju násilí a nemůžu s tím přestat. Musím dokázat, že jsem z pořádného těsta. Vždyť přece miluje ta ruka, která trestá. Střih. Násilí se musí odhalit včas. Jinak čekají systémové metastáze. Někdo třeba odpadne, ztratí hlas, ale na druhé straně si ten další v pocitu omnipotence udělá z veřejnosti bazén. Jenže i moravský samuraj je jeden z nás. I třešňová princezna žijící z buržoazních evropských peněz je jedna z nás. I podivně bilingvní haluškový agrobaron je jeden z nás. Možná ti to vadí, ale budeme muset vymyslet, jak tady spolu přežít dohromady. Pozor, pozor, stále platí zákon potlesku na konci, jo? Kdy nebudu moc přemýšlet nad tím, proč to tak je. Tady je pár jednohubek opětovně. Z Michalových úst opětovně během té debaty mladých zaznělo, Filip Koryta to shrne ve své slam poetry. Proto jsem tuhle jednohubku pojmenoval Filip Koryta to shrne ve své slam poetry. To člověka pozlobí, když zjistí, že gerontokracie má různé podoby. Další. Velkolepý návrat paní Haliny a neb recept na dialog. Nastav uši. To ti sluší. A poslední nohubka, tam jsem byl trošičku ostřejší, ale já, co by umělec, si to můžu dovolit, koneckonců mám každou botu jinou a pan Špaček mě neurazil. Bilance. Nikdy jsem nebyl členem školního parlamentu. Možná, snad, kdyby za mého mládí na naší škole nebyl plný dementů. Tak a teďka velkolepý konec. Tam bude všechno. I to, co tady nebylo, jsem tam dal. Protože i to je v podstatě přítomno v jakémsi kolektivním vědomí. Pojmenoval jsem to Parazituju na mýtu Járy Cimrmana a nevím, jestli mě Zdeněk Svěrák zažaluje. Tak končí naše konference. Demokracie vyhrává a populismus zamykáme do kredence. Lecjakému trolovi se slza v oku bliští, že apatie končí na smetišti. V realitě občas opáčně to bývá, když nejeden kuchař v období voleb neopustí obývák. To byl útok na Zdeňka Polreicha, nevím, jestli to padlo na úrodnou půdu. Jak ovšem tvrdí každá alespoň trochu relevantní publikace, vezmeme-li osud do svých pracek, netřeba naději ztrácet. Vše záleží jen na geopolitické situaci, na rozpočtu, na rodičích, na rychlosti postupujícího syndromu vyhoření učitelů a učitelek, na kohezní politice, na fosilní lobby, na solární aktivitě, na tom, v jakém rozpoložení se probudí Vladimír Putin nebo jiný vlastník jaderného arzenálu, anebo jestli nám americká vláda konečně prozradí, co se skrývá v oblasti 51. Zní to jako výzva. A taky jo, ale nikdo neříkal, že to bude snadný. Já jsem si myslel, že adio se říká adie, ale vygooglil jsem si, že to je adio a proto tam je to, zní to jako výzva. A taky jo, ale nikdo neříkal, že to bude snadný. Adio, protože pak se to rýmuje, takže já už jsem skončil, své peníze jsem si poctivě vydělal a všechny vás mám upřímně rád, mějte se náramně, hezký večer. A nevím, jak vy, ale já jsem pozvaný na kanadský velvyslanectví, takže s někým se tam potkám, uděláme si afterparty a s někým se loučím a mějte se náramně.